Hey everybody, so this is Ivan in the future after I have filmed this whole video, the whole 4 hour one. So there's a couple things in this 4 hour video that I don't delve into in what I feel is sufficient detail, where I did get that detail captured in the previous video, which is the hour-and-a-half long one. I recommend you watch the hour-and-a-half long one first because it really breaks into the M16 review panel report in sufficient detail. And I didn't want to, the 4 hour video I knew was going to be long, not quite as long as it was, but I wanted to keep the review panel analysis out of that video as much as I could because I knew that was going to make it like a hilariously long video. It probably would have been about 5 or 6 hours. And rather than do that, I just kept it out of there. Understanding what the review panel report says and understanding how to read that chart, which we go over in that video, is very important to having this video make the most sense. Of course, you don't have to do that because you can do whatever you want, but bear in mind that that is sort of important to understanding things, where if you know what that chart is and you know how to read it from the previous video, I don't discuss how that chart works in this 4 hour breakdown. I just reference that chart as sort of a, hey, look, this is not supporting what he's saying sort of thing. So hopefully with that information, you're well suited to understand this great big mental breakdown of my own mental breakdown, my sanity slipping away as the video rolls on. I did record it all in one shot, all in one take, but there you go. I hope you guys enjoy. Hey everybody, so a little bit of a different video for you guys today. This was one that I wasn't sure if I was going to do, but I think I'm going to give it a shot just because I think it's worth doing. So the thing that we're doing today is diving into Wendigoon's AR-15 development history video. In case you guys don't know, I'm a little bit of an AR-15 enthusiast. I've dedicated lots of my time to learning about the gun, where it came from, because I find the history interesting, and I also find the history important for multiple reasons. It's important, I think, to understand just from a gun design curiosity standpoint. I think it's also to learn from a standpoint of learning the mistakes of the past are important to understanding, better preparing for the future, as well as just from a standpoint of it's really just neat stuff. It's cool, and there's a certain part of me that's argumentative enough to know that it's also a topic that's massively misunderstood, and it's a very interesting topic to delve into because it sits at a cornerstone of interesting for technical reasons, interesting for political reasons, and interesting for like pop culture, human psychological reasons. It finds itself such a pop culture icon, both in the US and outside the US, that the AR-15 is massively misunderstood. There's tomes you could write about the lore, the stories people just make up about the rifle that aren't rooted in fact at all. They're just entirely made up. But people repeat them anyway because it sounds, it's a believable story and it sounds really good and it sounds really cool, right? These are your, it was designed to wound, or it jammed in the jungle every time, really bad gun. But they fixed it with the A1. Yeah, they fixed it. These sort of stories that aren't actually true. They aren't rooted in reality. The actual history and facts paint a completely different picture, but they sound catchy, right? It sounds like a catchy thing. And especially in the gun culture, the gun community at large, sounding like you know something about guns has sort of like it determines how high you are on the totem pole, right? Where if you know a lot about guns, then very clearly you're extra big Mr. Smart Man, and everybody must take your opinion about guns and gun control very seriously. And this then becomes the intersection with the political, where it doesn't matter if you actually know it. It's about pretending you're pretending that you know this stuff. And so there's a lot of people who are probably best described as charlatans that make stuff up and get away with it. And they're regarded as being like, oh, you're really smart. You know everything about guns, and dogs just making it up the whole time. What I want to make clear is this video is not, it's not meaning to shit on Wendigoon at all. I like his videos. I like his content. I like his format. And I think his format is actually pretty well suited to this sort of video. I'm not trying to say that he's one of these charlatans, because the things that he's saying in this video, the things that he gets wrong, aren't things that he invented. It's not stories he came up with. He got these stories from sources who themselves were wrong. So it's maybe his fault. His blame can rest as far as not doing maybe some amount of due diligence to see, is this actually true or not, and just running with sort of the first story you find, which isn't necessarily an accurate one. I guess I understand that people like Wendigoon. I like Wendigoon too. I think I've watched almost all of his videos. Some of them even multiple times over because I found them so entertaining. So what I would like to do is try and dispel any idea that I'm not trying to shit on him. And I would like to dispel the notion that what I'm doing is just nitpicking because I have a problem. I do have a problem, especially with regards to AR-15 history, but hopefully the picture that I can paint for you by the end of this video is that I'm not nitpicking. Some of the details throughout my reaction will seem nitpicky, but I'm not trying to just be a nitpicker. I can't help myself but pick some nits as we come across them. That will happen. I'll do my best to call out, I don't think this is actually that important to correct, but I'm a person who is fixated enough on details. When a detail is wrong, don't want to let that slide. And then there are some details that he breezes over for the sake of brevity. I'm going to do my best not to take issue with those. I understand, of course, you can't make every video into a whole dissertation on the entire history of the AR-15. I will try not to pick at those nits, but ones that are technical details that he felt like including, but then got wrong, I will try and correct. Also, I wasn't sure about the format best to react to this video in. I think the most honest one is I just go through the entire video. I'll skip the bits when he's talking about ads and these sorts of things. I'll just go through the video and give you my reaction. You can see me there in the top left. That's me. If you try and talk shit on me in the comments, this is who you're talking shit to. I wouldn't talk shit to a guy who looks like that. Doesn't even get dizzy. Also, there in the background, I've got a copy of The Black Rifle on PDF pulled up. The Black Rifle is a book. It's the authoritative history on the AR-15. It's something that anybody interested in the story should pick up, and I'll leave a link in the description to this PDF version of the book, especially when it's right. The actual copies of the book are expensive, but the PDF is free, and this version is text searchable. Super useful, and hopefully I'll be able to take advantage of a little bit of that to sort of show you guys, a couple of the things that he gets wrong. I do want to evidence from the book to show you, to really emphasize what he's saying is not right, and that's sort of the point of my video. I'm not just nitpicking. I want to demonstrate how the thesis in his video is not correct. It's not substantiated by the facts, but hopefully then I can still step in and play devil's advocate against myself and explain how his presentation isn't wrong from a standpoint of if his sources were the ground facts. However, his sources are not the ground facts. His sources rely on a lot of conjecture and a lot of breezing over and some just making shit up. So, with that aside, we'll just go through the video. This will probably be a hilariously long response, but we'll get through it.
Did the United States sabotage their own rifles in Vietnam? Yes, 100%. Here is Congress's subcommittee outright saying that they did and referring to their behavior as, quote, unbelievable. And here is where they directly call out the Army for criminal negligence. So, thanks for clicking on the video.
So he's being tongue-in-cheek here, but I do want to respond to this, right? That is his thesis, is that the AR-15 was sabotaged by the Army intentionally. Criminal negligence, right, is even a term thrown around. All of those quotes were taken from the I-Court hearings. The I-Court hearings were congressional hearings that were held, believe it or not, by Congress in response to reports of issues with the AR-15 in Vietnam. Now, I do want to take this moment to note that, much to Wendigoon's credit, he gets the AR-15 nomenclature correct. Calling an M16 an AR-15 is fine, and it is correct. M16 is the military designation for the Colt AR-15 Model 604, also for the 602 and 601, but that's way deep down on the AR-15 understanding iceberg. The M16A1 or XM16E1 is a designation that was given to the Colt AR-15 Model 603. Those numbers and terms will come up again later. Just know that I want to give credit where it's due. Wendigoon gets the AR-15 nomenclature entirely correct. Calling select fire AR-15s AR-15s is not only correct, but at the time periods we're talking about, semi-automatic AR-15s weren't a thing. They didn't exist. Armalite never made one, and Colt hadn't made one yet. Colt makes their first one in 1963. They don't sell one to the public until 1964. The time period we're talking about, especially earlier in this video, is well before that time. So keep that in mind as we're going through the video. If you're one of the AR-15 term knee-jerkers, try and correct that about your behavior as best you can. Calling select fire AR-15s isn't wrong, especially when you're doing it in the context of the time when it was developed, because the select fire guns were known as AR-15s, and you want to know what the semi-automatic AR-15s were known as? Nothing. They didn't exist. So anyway, the I-Court hearings were put together by Congress to investigate issues with the AR-15. These hearings were a lot closer to a witch hunt than they were any sort of professional scientific endeavor. The war in Vietnam was unpopular at the time they were going on. The war only got more unpopular. There were fingers that politicians wanted to point in every direction. And much like congressional hearings that take place today, most of what happens in these hearings is politicians trying to get sound bites they can use to campaign on. There isn't actually a real emphasis on finding out the facts. They'll bring in experts and have them testify, but at the end of the day, the politicians who are there holding the hearings have a bias that they are trying to confirm. That's the reason these things happen, the reason the I-Court hearings happen. So, important to realize that when politicians are alleging things, that is actually, that on its own isn't evidence. When a politician says criminal negligence or unbelievable misconduct or any of these terms, that's not actually evidence of these things happening. That's just politicians saying that's what they think, or that's something that they think people should think, or that's something they've been paid by some special interest group to think. Keep in mind that behind the scenes politically, a lot of different gun companies wanted to knock the AR-15 in the Army down a peg to get their gun adopted instead. So there's a lot of murky political stuff that goes on behind these proceedings, and they shouldn't be taken as ground fact. There is evidence included in the hearings that is useful as ground fact, but it should be prefaced with understanding these hearings were taking place in the middle of the problems with the AR-15. Whenever the AR-15 was introduced as a military rifle, it didn't have problems, and in fact, it was admired. The problems start showing up, and they show up before ball powder is introduced. This is sort of the center to Wendigoon's thesis, and we'll address more in detail later. But the issues crop up before ball powder is adopted. The issues are resolved by simple changes to the rifle's design, because the rifle's design was not good in the first place. This isn't the Army's fault. This isn't really Colt's fault either. It's teething problems that any new gun design, once adopted on a larger scale, will have. All of them have it. Every single one ever has exhibited these problems. It's really, really strange if you have a gun that doesn't have any problems after it's been adopted. Unless it's a gun that was adopted that had already had these problems fleshed out from a previous adoption, or the gun's just been around for 50 years and its issues are figured out by that point. So, worth keeping that in mind, that we're talking really about a 2-year window that the AR-15 was having problems, and these hearings were sort of towards the latter part of those 2 years. The issues were well on their way to being resolved. There was a lot of fire and fury that was mostly brought on because of a magazine report about the gun having issues. The magazine report was written by a person who was anti-war, that was trying to build fervor against the war in the United States, right? That was their journalistic bent, was, wow, look at how bad everything's going for us over here. So keep these things in mind contextually.
The United States government knowingly set up their own rifles for failure, resulting in the deaths of countless American lives. But why? And that is what I want to talk about today. What could possibly have been worth ruining the reputation of not only the military and the lives of countless servicemen and their families, but seemingly sabotaging your own war effort? What could possibly have been worth it? In other words, hello everybody, and welcome to the MC.
So he's asking hypotheticals here, but that's really, really a bunch of loaded questions. The countless figure is probably true for the number of people whose lives was ended by this. Certainly some people were affected in combat by the fact that their M16, AR-15 did have problems. Certainly people could have been killed as a result of this. However, whenever the Army went to go and investigate these issues, they found the issues in some cases difficult to replicate. Specifically with the problem guns, with the ball powder, they were able to replicate the issues with some repeatability, and that's what helped them fix those issues so quickly. But there are storied tellings of some units having 20 of 30 guns that were on the firing line in a firefight. 20 of them were down by the end of the night. 20 of them were completely locked up, jammed, and wouldn't work. Yet there's no pictures of these guns. There's no armor saying, yep, these guns were completely fucked. There's really nothing to actually go on that's hard evidence of this happening. Meanwhile, when the Army and Colt both independently on their own go and investigate different units who were involved in combat in Vietnam, they aren't finding this, right? They're not finding broad-scale evidence of these sorts of issues happening. They find some issues of there are some guns that have really corroded chambers and some issues are present, but they weren't finding any of these 60% of our guns broke in a single night of shooting them. So, if we are to believe these stories as being true, it's evidenced as a freak one-off scenario when this was to have happened. I'm not saying a one-off scenario couldn't have happened. I am saying it is very weird that a journalist was embedded with these guys, took pictures of these guys grieving over the bodies of their dead comrades, but didn't bother to take any pictures of these, hastily disassembled rifles in the heat of combat that they claimed were just laying around everywhere, wrote at length about them laying around everywhere, didn't bother to take a single picture of them laying around everywhere. I'm not saying that's a sign of anything, but when taken in context with all of the other facts, I think that may lead you to believe that there's some journalistic liberties being taken with some of the stories. Anyway.
16 conspiracy. This story has been a kind of urban legend for as long as I can remember, so I decided to finally sit down and read about it, and it's way worse than I ever imagined. So if I have to be filled with the terrible knowledge that the people that are supposed to protect us actually hate us, then you do too. Because if I have any psychic damage, I'm passing it on. That's how.
I do want to mention, I'm not a big fan of the government either. But the government does enough awful stuff that we don't have to believe stories that other people made up about bad things that the government did, such as the story with the AR-15. I want to stick that footnote in there that I don't want what I am doing here to be construed as sticking up for the Army. The Army did make mistakes along the way, but they were honest mistakes, and in some cases they were honest mistakes where doing nothing would have been much worse than the honest mistake that they committed to, and none of this actually amounts... I mean, it's hard to have any of this amount to negligence. There's maybe a couple of things that amount to negligence, not criminal negligence, and certainly not any sort of malevolence or like they were actively trying to sabotage something. Sabotage is certainly a loaded word, but there's certainly nothing that rises to that level in actuality, which we'll get into.
It works around here. We're going to talk about the history leading up to the conspiracy, what went wrong and why. But before we get into that, I need to do some shilling, as I am once again...
No shilling allowed.
So why did the United States government sabotage their own rifles? Well, to understand that, we need to learn some history. And to start, we need to talk about the U.S. Army Ordnance Department and Springfield Armory. Now, to make it clear right now, neither of these organizations that I'm going to talk about are indicative of their modern-day counterpart. The Army Ordnance Department is now the Army Ordnance Corps and does different things, mostly with like bomb disposals and whatnot, and Springfield Armory isn't even the same company. It's a completely unrelated business that just has the same name. I'm talking about the versions of these entities that existed before Vietnam.
Again, to his credit, I'll give him credit where it's due. His identifying these facts is important, that the Springfield Armory gun company that you can buy guns from today is a completely different entity. He doesn't go into it in quite as much detail as this, but the Springfield Armory that existed then sort of had two roles. The first was to develop and design, find out what was a good idea as far as gun design. You can sort of think about it as like a Skunk Works of gun design, but run by the government, whereas Skunk Works was a private firm. Sort of like a government-run Skunk Works just for gun development. They were trying to find out what the newest, latest, and greatest was all the time. Their intentions were pretty noble. Their fruits of their labor were pretty few and far between. They did have some guns that were relatively advanced. Most of the stuff that they figured out, though, either didn't go anywhere or it wasn't more advanced than stuff that you could just buy on the commercial market anyway. Something worth keeping in mind there. The other role of Springfield Armory was to, once they had designed a gun, they weren't really set up to do mass manufacturing themselves. Their sort of role in this whole thing was to figure out how to make an assembly line for a gun once they've designed something good, and then they help other people, other companies in private industry make those assembly lines. This was really a noble goal, and it was not a bad way to make guns, and in fact, this approach to making guns was part of the reason that the United States was able to be so well equipped in World War II. That was sort of a lesson learned in World War I, right? Was we were horribly under-equipped going into the war. Springfield Armory sort of took on a new charter to build itself around, we don't have to make all the guns, we can have other people make the guns, but if we can tell them how and get machine shops streamlined to become gun factories, if another war kicks off, or if we need a lot of guns in a hurry, that's of great advantage to the taxpayer and actually lowers the cost for gun development substantially. So instead of the government having to buy the gun design from a private company. If they can come up with it themselves and then have the company make it, it's generally going to be a better solution. And it was not an unworkable system. And in fact, it worked rather well for some time.
I'm talking about the versions of these entities that existed before Vietnam. Also, I'm kind of oversimplifying by just using words like the Ordnance Department and Springfield. This extends to a ton of different leaders and branches within the military itself. It involves people in research and development teams. It involves people in the top brass of Army infrastructure. So just know when I'm talking about either entity, especially the Army Ordnance, it really means people across the Army as a whole. The Ordnance and Springfield just tends to be the most responsible or easiest to pinpoint within this web of lies. In 1777, George Washington established the Springfield Armory along with Harper's Ferry as the two main armories for the Continental Army. The two of these armories would exist for nearly 100 years until during the Civil War when Harper's Ferry was destroyed, leaving Springfield Armory as the primary source for United States ordnance. This goes right in hand with the U.S. Army Ordnance. While they were officially founded as a part of the U.S. Army in 1812, their actual history goes back to pre-American early colonial times, as there were always departments within the New World interested in procuring and retaining new kinds of weaponry. Naturally, this department goes hand in hand with Springfield, the location that did a lot of the physical procuring and retaining of weaponry. Typically, Springfield Armory would research and develop new weapons that the Ordnance Department would then choose to adopt for the military. And as you can imagine, considering both of these entities had been doing this side by side for decades and decades, there was a lot of cronyism built up. If there was ever a new development in firearms or weapons technology at the private business level, immediately the Army would stick their noses up at it. Famously, during the Civil War, Union General James Ripley opposed Lincoln's idea of incorporating repeating rifles into the military, saying they'd be too complicated and probably unholy or something, opting instead to continue to have their soldiers using muskets where you have to physically pour the powder and the bullet down the gun itself, resistant to the change of the self-contained cartridge. That was, of course, until Springfield comes up with the self-contained cartridge.
Now, I do want to butt in here. I think this is sort of a gross dumbing down of the way that this works. Yes, Springfield Armory was historically very protectionist of the U.S. Army should be adopting guns designed by the U.S. Army. That is certainly evidence. However, their reasons for doing this are important to understand. It wasn't purely a protectionist thing, right? It's not purely we have to be getting our things just because it's ours and we're playing favorites. The reason that a military would do this is because a gun design on its own does not an efficient army make. Even a gun design and a source of ammunition doesn't make an efficient army. And really, that's sort of the moral of the AR-15 story, which we'll get more into later. That it's a massive logistics question involved in these things, and it involves a lot of money, too. Sharps rifles in the Civil War were hilariously expensive. Other repeating arms were usually of inferior firepower compared to the rifles that they were using at the time, single-shot rifles, muzzle loaders. And so, as a result of that, there are legitimate reasons that the military would have to be hesitant about issuing cartridge rifles. Expensive, it's a logistics nightmare. Once you give a guy a lever-action rifle, you're going to now need to supply him with hundreds of rounds of ammunition, whereas whenever you're giving him his patch and paper, his patch cartridges and round ball, Minier ball really by the time of the Civil War, you have to give him 30 rounds, and that's enough for him to fight for a really long time. When meanwhile with a lever-action rifle, they're going to be expending ammunition at a very rapid rate. Again, another lesson that is represented in the AR-15's history as well. So, yes, the Army is protectionist. Yes, they play favorites, but that's not for no reason at all. Their decisions in doing this isn't purely them sticking their noses up, as it was claimed, that everybody else is everything else. The Army would look at all of these rifles that were available on the civilian market, right? They'd be stupid not to. But if their end conclusion is this is too expensive, there's no way this works as a military weapon, this isn't robust enough, this isn't rugged enough, there's no way the logistics keep up with this, how on earth are we going to teach troops how to use this, which is a massive factor that's easy to overlook. all of these troops had not been trained on this sort of a rifle. And in fact, the troops who had had familiarity with rifles from outside of the military wouldn't have experience on what's literally brand new on the market. So it's an important thing to bear in mind as we go on is, yes, Springfield Armory is protectionist. No, that's not just because they like to pick their own things and play, butt buddy, oh, pick me sort of thing.
And then eventually, when the progress becomes too much to turn a blind eye to, they have Springfield make a version of it, and then it's okay to adopt. This did result in some funny moments in history, like, for example, when Springfield developed the American bolt-action rifle, the 1903 Springfield, they realized that they had stolen the patent design for the bolt-action from Mauser, a German manufacturing company. So Springfield, and ergo the United States, agreed to pay out Mauser for the copyright infringement, an amount which was paid off over the course of World War I.
Nitpicking, copyrights and patents are completely different things. Mauser did have a patent on the Mauser bolt-action rifle. He had a lot of patents on the Mauser bolt-action rifle. The United States did pay royalties to Mauser, not the German government, not to the Germans. They were not a communist state. They paid out royalties to Mauser the company for the fact that the 1903 Springfield utilized the Mauser patent. It very clearly does. It's a Mauser action rifle, right? So not copyright infringement. Copyright's something completely different. Probably wouldn't have been possible to copyright much that was going on with the Mauser, at least not in a way that Springfield then couldn't get around easily. Meanwhile, I guess sort of the difference there is copyright is meant to protect your actual own authorship of something, which means that it's not meant to bind the hands of the public. The public is still able to use it and engage with it, right? Meanwhile, something that's patented is very different in this regard. It's meant to bind the hands of the public entirely. You are supposed to be the only one who's making it, producing it, distributing it, selling it, etc. So that's sort of the the little IP lesson there.
So as we were at war with Germany, we were paying them for the copyright infringement of their rifle design. Over the years, whenever it came time for the United States to develop a new rifle, Springfield would always be the one to find the contract. And that's not to say Springfield was completely devoid of good ideas or inventions. For example, John C. Garand, the developer of the Garand rifle, worked at Springfield and deserved the contract at the time. But it's not like the government was looking that far outside of Springfield's offerings. During World War II, Garand's design of the M1 Garand...
The military was looking at many other rifles besides the Garand. I'd have to go back and look, but my understanding was that Garand didn't design, Springfield didn't design the M1 Garand. The guy himself did. The military was looking for new rifles at this time, but they looked at multiple different rifles. The Pedersen rifle was probably the chief competitor to the Garand, but there was also the Johnson rifle, and the Johnson rifle ended up being adopted in much more limited numbers, but it was still adopted. There were competitors to the Garand, and these competitors didn't come just entirely from within Springfield. Would Springfield's protectionism play a role because at some rate Garand either was or became an employee of Springfield? Yes, absolutely. However, if you compare the rifles, the Garand is probably the right choice of all of them. Not to crap on the Johnson too much, and not to crap on short recoil actions too much, but they're not great for military rifles. And the Pedersen design was absolutely never going to be a viable military design. The Garand was certainly the best of them.
Or just M1 rifle was the standard issue for United States forces. At the beginning of World War II, it was state-of-the-art and far outclassed the bolt-action rifles that were standard of a lot of other armies involved in World War II. But by the end of the war, it was quickly becoming dated. However, over the course of the war, a lot of nations, especially Germany, had developed new kinds of firearm. One of the most advanced by the end of the war being Germany's STG-44, the first assault rifle. The assault rifle used a smaller round when compared to its full rifle counterparts. This round would often be called an intermediate cartridge. This new sort of middle ground ammo allowed for the soldier to carry a lot more ammunition and for the weapon itself to be a lot lighter. Gone were the days of standing several hundred yards apart in fields and shooting at each other. Now there was room-to-room fighting, building clearing, rushing through the streets. The agility and fire output of the individual soldier seemed to now be paramount, and Russia took no time learning this.
This is an interesting footnote, and it's way outside the scope of this video. Wendigoon points to the AK as being, exemplifying the fact that Russia knew that assault rifles were going to be the next big thing. There's a couple flaws, I think, in that. Russia wasn't interested in adopting an assault rifle. Russia's new infantry rifle was going to be the SKS. That's what they wanted. Was the SKS carbine was going to be the new infantry rifle. The AK was meant to replace all of their submachine guns, of which they had like 20 guerrillion different designs by the end of World War II. So standardization was definitely needed there. Of course, we understand that by 1947, even, the Russians were like, yeah, the SKS is 2 years old, and this rifle does everything the SKS does and then some. It's just a better gun. And so that did change, and then Russia's doctrine followed that the AK just became the gun, and SKSs were phased out pretty quickly and given to a bunch of countries that couldn't afford or weren't capable of making their own AKs, these sorts of things. But I think it's an important nitpick if the scope of this video was the AK's history, was the Russians were interested in the STG and to some extent were influenced by it. The AK's design, even in some regards, was influenced by the STG. However, they didn't set out to make an assault rifle. And perhaps to the same extent, Germany wasn't really doing that either, but that's a different subject for a different deep dive.
This one specifically is a modern version, but the AK-47 quickly became the go-to rifle of the Soviets and their allies. And needless to say, 30 rounds in a lightweight full-auto platform is a far cry from the 8 single-shot rounds of the military's current.
I do want to point out, massive nitpick, this is like a super nitpick. The Garand isn't single shot, it's semi-automatic. There is a difference between semi-automatic and single shot. There's a difference between single shot and a repeating arm, like a lever action or pump action. These terms all mean something, and it's important to keep them straight when talking about guns. I understand what he's trying to say is the AK was select fire, the Garand wasn't. That's true. The Garand was not single shot, though. It was not 8 single shots. It was 8 shot capacity semi-automatic. There is a difference, and if what we were talking about here was the potential matchup of AKs versus Garands in a conflict that we could maybe call Korea, then you would have room for this discussion. However, it's sort of outside the scope of this video. Just a little nitpick to point out. Stop using single shot and repeating and semi-automatic and one pull, because you pull the trigger once and you get one shot. That means it's semi-automatic. Just get more familiar with the terms than that is my recommendation to anyone who that segment confuses.
Issued gun. So the Army needs to make a change, and of course, they want Springfield to do it. Now, there's 2 main sources that I want to thank for the information from here on out. For one, Ian of Forgotten Weapons for not only supplying data for this video, but continuing to fuel my absurdly expensive hobby as a whole. And also James Fallow's 1981 article in The Atlantic, for not only helping with the timeline of events, but interviewing a lot of the people who were involved in the cases I'm going to talk about, and for being angry through the whole thing, which I feel is fitting given what we know now. So the United States...
So I do want to butt in on this one. Ian is great, right? I like Ian as well. Ian's videos are far from authoritative sources on a lot of the stuff he talks about. Some of his videos talking about AR-15, M16... powder changes and all these sorts of things, he doesn't have the whole story, and in fact, like Wendigoon here, I think he gets it more wrong than he does right. He omits so much detail that by the time the video is all said and done, it's difficult to say that it's just misleading, and really it's just wrong. Again, Ian's great. His content is awesome. His content is not an authoritative source most of the time. Sometimes it is. His video on the AR-15 Model 601 is fantastic. Definitely something that is worth referring to. Some of his other videos aren't, though. And being able to tell the difference is very important before you use them as a source. The second source there, the Atlantic article, if you identify the author as being very mad the entire time, it's very likely that what you're reading is a hit piece or something emotionally driven or emotionally motivated. It's going to use motivated reasoning as a result, and it's not actually something that's trying to find, ground truth. It's not something that's interested in just the facts of the matter. And if you read through that article, it certainly pans that out, especially if you read through that article and juxtapose it with the actual timeline and actual history of events established in the Black Rifle. You'll see that, this journalist had a bent. They didn't like the Vietnam War. They didn't like the army. They didn't like the fact that any of that stuff happened. And their way of lashing out was to paint a picture of, wow, army's so bad. How they do this to us, government bad. I agree. Government, not great. However, the government does enough bad stuff as it is. You don't have to invent bad stuff that they did or didn't do to get mad about.
States is looking for a new rifle. Really, all of NATO is looking for a new rifle. And one of the early agreements that NATO comes to is whatever new bullet, rifle, whatever they develop, they're all going to use the same ammo. See, World War II was often a logistical nightmare. If you had British, French, and American allies in a region, then you had to send 3 different nation-specific ammo to each of those groups, and then within the individual squads, there would be like 5 different weapons platforms you have to accommodate for. So NATO agrees to standardize.
I want to nitpick this one. It wasn't the case for all of the countries, but at least for the U.S., there was pretty close to standardization on calibers in World War II. 30 carbine ended up throwing a wrench into the mix, but pretty much everything else is 30-06, your Garand, your BAR, your 1919, your machine gun rifle, and light machine gun, all sharing the same cartridge. That's pretty nice. And when it came to submachine guns and sidearms, it's 45 caliber. The U.S. did a pretty good job of standardizing on stuff like that. The British were likewise close. It was 303 for rifles, light machine guns. It was 9mm for most everything else. They did have, they didn't issue pistols like we did. They did have Webleys that were N455. They had other weird handguns that were limited, very limited issue or things officers brought to the party themselves. There was even some use of high powers. But again, for the most part, for the things they were actually issuing, it's 9mm and 303. The whole caliber skew question is very important. NATO was absolutely out to do something right by standardizing that across nations, because really the big issue is us and Britain really didn't share ammo, and us and France really couldn't share ammo. Britain and France could share 9mm maybe, but then France also wasn't doing a whole lot of fighting by that point in World War II anyway. But the point remains. Countries sharing ammo is very important. Consolidating all of your weapons platforms to a single cartridge isn't nearly as important. In fact, the Russians tried to do that with the 7.62x39, and they were not successful at getting rid of 7.62x45 or 54R. They weren't successful at consolidating at the end of the day, right? Because it turns out different cartridges are good at different things, and you can't really min-max. You can't really have a do-all, your jack-of-all trades. Min-maxing your cartridges is a much better strategy when it comes to that.
On one kind of ammo. And then furthermore, the United States says they want all of their individual weapons rolls, from personal defense weapons to carbines to full auto support weapons to individual rifleman rifles, to be the same gun.
This was very stupid, and the U.S. military shouldn't have done that. Their intent was noble. If modular weapons design had been better understood at this time, they probably could have pulled it off. Trying to make the M14 all of those rolls is hilarious. It's a joke. It would literally never have had happened. It's not an unworthy goal. At the state that gun design was at in the world, though, at this time, absolutely wasn't going to happen. It is kind of ironic, though, that the United States set out to make the all-in-one gun, right? One weapons platform that does everything. Russia sets out to make the one caliber that does everything, and they end up switching. Russia ends up finding that gun that can almost just do about everything. Most of their guns end up being AKs or AK-derived designs at the end of the day, and then they end up having multiple different calibers for them. And then over with the case of the United States, we ended up finding a caliber then that stuck around till today. Sure, didn't end up being the only caliber that stuck around, but we had set out to design a universal gun, and it didn't work at all. Just sort of an interesting unintended consequence thing happened, at least for the Russians.
And while you might hear all of that and think it absurd, that's pretty much what the AR-15 does now, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, like I'd mentioned, the modular gun design becoming a thing with the AR-15 was certainly something that then allowed you to have the AR-15 is probably even more so than the AK a perfect realization of there's a lot you can do with just an AR-15 with its core design without having to replace every part of the gun. You can change a lot about it, which is certainly a strength of the gun. And in fact, that strength of the gun is really the only reason that the AR-15 was able to overcome its reliability issues that it ran into as it came into them.
So first of all, NATO has to decide on what this new universal bullet's going to be. The majority of the Europeans want to go with some kind of 270 cartridge, because something that became apparent during World War II is it doesn't matter if someone gets shot with a really big bullet or a normal size bullet, they still got shot. And as long as someone is out of the fight, that's all that matters. Most Allied nations during the war, like America's 30-06 or Britain's 303 British round, were comparatively heavy, and most of NATO was looking to downsize. That is, of course, except for the United States. The United States wanted to keep a 30 caliber bullet, just like the 30-06 that the M1 Garand used during World War II. Why did they want to do this? Because that's the way that they've done it. So because America has the most weight in the room.
That's an oversimplification that I think hides a fact. So I do want to dig into it. There's plenty of legitimate reasons the United States had for wanting, 308, 760 by 51 to be a thing. Probably chief among them is they get to keep all of their tooling. They have to change a little bit of tooling here and there, but the tools that they use to make barrels don't change. I guess you need a new chamber reamer, but that's a minor expense compared to new rifling buttons, new machines to hold the things, new barrel blanks. All of that gets to stay the same. That's pretty valuable. Additionally, you get to save on ammo manufacturing to some extent because 30-06 and 308 share a bullet diameter. You get to reuse a lot of components, and in fact, the parent case for 308 it was 30-06, and as a result of that, the tooling that you use to make the cartridge cases themselves can also be reused. That's kind of an expensive process as well. The Army had a lot of legitimate good reasons, cost-saving reasons, to favor 308 over the not quite intermediary but not quite full power cartridges that some of the European countries were kicking around.
And can kind of throw around wherever they want. NATO agrees to go along with a new 30 caliber cartridge. And the cartridge that comes out is the 308, also known as 7.62 by 51 NATO. 308 being in reference to its imperial diameter and 7.62 by 51 being in reference to its metric diameter. So NATO's decided on its 30 caliber standard issue round. Everyone else begrudgingly makes the weapons they were developing in some 270 caliber now into the new 308 caliber. And in the United States, who gets the offer to make a new 308 rifle other than Springfield? The designers at Springfield are told what we have right now is outdated and we need you to make a new one in 308. So the Army Ordnance Department is supposed to oversee whatever Springfield's new rifle is going to be. Or I'm sorry, they're supposed to oversee whoever is most qualified and has the best option. It's not like there weren't any other good options available, like the G3, the FAL. The FAL, by the way, which was only converted over to 308 because we said we wanted everything to be 308.
So I do want to butt in here. At the time that the M14 trials were happening, I believe the rifle was known as the T44. Because the M14 would do it, whichever rifle won was going to become the M14. So Springfield's gun was one of the contenders. The G3 I don't believe existed at all. The precursor to the Set Me See did, but it was a relatively immature design at that point. It was a relatively immature design, and it was designed by Nazis, and the chances of the Army adopting a Nazi-designed gun relatively slim. The FAL did exist. However, the FAL had been designed around a completely different cartridge. The more you understand about gun design, the more this will resonate with you. But anytime a gun design is relatively new, right, it's going to have teething issues. It's going to not work in some environments. It's going to not work in other environments. It's going to have problems with magazines. They won't want to fit. They won't want to feed right. There's going to be a whole laundry list of issues that happens every time that a new gun design starts to get manufactured in larger numbers and starts to see more and more real world use cases. This isn't a fault of any gun. They all sort of go through this process. And at this point in history, the FAL was there. The FAL had its own litany of problems. When people think about the FAL today, they think about, usually in the US, they're thinking about the MBEL FALs, which have their own quality issues, but from a reliability standpoint are usually pretty darn good guns, because they're able to look back on 40 years of development of the FAL as a rifle platform. They've got improvements built into them based off of all of the adversity that the gun has gone through. The M14 that we know today really didn't get improved that much because it had its teething problems, and they didn't ever get fixed because the gun couldn't get past issues even more fundamental than the teething problems, which is sort of the big drawback of the M14 was it was never going to be able to be fixed. And so it was more or less dropped. So the M14 we have today is much like the M14 that would have been evaluated then. It's just not that great. But the FAL that existed then also wasn't that great. It's not like the Army was picking the M14 when it was clear the FAL was a substantially superior gun. The tests that the guns went through perhaps were rigged to be in favor of the M14, but if the FAL was a hands-down better gun, the FAL at this time would have done a hands-down better job. None of the tests that the guns were put through were so unfair that it's like, looks like the M1 Garand. Well, which one was more like the M1 Garand? That one's going to win this test. None of the tests were stupid enough to be like that. That they were at least They at least smacked of being fair at face value, and if the FAL were the superior gun, it would have won them all hands down.
And sure, while there's benefits to adopting a rifle that country makes, it seems that the military wasn't going to adopt anything unless it had the word Springfield on it. So Springfield is told to replace this, and they eventually do by inventing this. The M14 is effectively a kind of sort of modernized by about 10 years M1 Garand. Basically, make progress, but only 10% progress. When I remove the magazine from the M14, it's really easy to see. These two are like identical. Some stuff was certainly changed, like for example, the gas system was adapted, and some stuff within the action itself was changed based on experimental M1 Garand designs, and of course it has a 20-round box magazine, which is a big step up from the 8-round stripper clips that the Garand had. That being said, for all other intents and purposes, it's a big M1 Garand.
I do want to take an opportunity here to I think he really buries the lead with the picture he's trying to paint. Right here's me being devil's advocate. The picture he's trying to paint to some general degree of incompetence at Springfield. I think the M14 is really the perfect opportunity to actually harp on that. The M14 was meant to reuse as much of the Garand as it could. Right, it was meant to be like, oh, here we're going to make it a cheaper gun. By the time the M14 is like a mature, quote unquote mature design, right? By the time it's out of the prototyping phases, it's really not using any Garand parts at all. There is an example that illustrates this really well. The Italians had a bunch of Garands at the end of World War II that they bought and ended up manufacturing some of their own. But they wanted to have the Garand become a mag-fed rifle. And what they did is literally convert Garands to be mag-fed. That is what a mag-fed Garand looks like. The M14 was almost a ground-up design that ended up being what looks like a Garand, sort of remotely works similarly to a Garand, but not really, and feeds from a magazine. It's really hard, unless you've got a gun design background, to pinpoint how stupid multiple decisions were that led to the M14 getting as far along as it did. If you're designing a whole new gun that's really got none of the same parts anymore, why wouldn't you just design one that's good instead of the one that's in the M14? I don't know. And that's certainly one of those things that gets lost to bureaucratic velocity, right? That it seems like a good idea, and everybody's like, the Garand did a great job in World War II. Why don't we just make that again, but better? This is what better means, is we essentially redesign all of the working parts of the gun. They go and do that, and they now don't have the wherewithal to say like, hey, this actually isn't good. We in some regards, even took a step backwards. So I think that's something that he should have harped more on, is the fact that the M14 really shit the bed. It was a dog.
This gun is very heavy, And also, if you haven't noticed, it's made of wood. See, the M14 had core design issues as well. See, the wooden stock, especially in humid conditions like, I don't know, the jungle, would have a habit of swelling and cracking. And this, considering your barrel and other internal mechanisms is lined within the wood, is not good. Plus, due to the rifle's construction and high caliber, on fully automatic, it was near impossible to control. Not only would it beat the brakes off the guy shooting it, but after the third shot, it might as well be an anti-aircraft rifle.
Okay, so I'm going to say the rumors are true. This is really a lot of a handful of gun.
The M14 was...
I do want to butt in there. From a gun design standpoint, the M1 action in many ways harkens back to the French RSC rifle, which was sort of an early attempt at designing a semi-automatic rifle from the ground up, but you can tell the way that they figured what ground up meant was you take a bolt-action rifle and you just put a sort of dugger on the side of it that then runs the bolt for you. So they're trying to gas operate a bolt-action rifle. And in many ways, the Garand still has a lot of that going on. If you look at a Garand bolt, it's like, it's like somebody sort of ran over a Mauser bolt. And then if you look at the operating rod, it's like they literally just attached a cam track to the side of a Mauser bolt so that whenever it gets hit by gas pressure, it jacks the bolt up and back. In this regard, the M1 action's not bad, right? It does what it needs to. However, there was never an emphasis on the M1 action being capable of select fire, right? It wasn't ever meant to be a machine gun. It wasn't ever meant to run full auto. This is best represented, I think, by how short the travel on the bolt is. The bolt at its furthest rearward position only barely gets back far enough to reset the hammer and pick up another round from the magazine. There is almost no over travel in that system at all. For a semi-automatic rifle, this isn't really bad. It just means the recoil is going to be a little sharp. But for something select fire, something full auto, this starts to matter massively because the gun's never going to have time to settle. The bolt isn't really decelerating slowly against a spring, like you think like the Ultimax 100 with its quote-unquote constant recoil concept. If the bolt stops smoothly, you're not going to get hit as hard, and it's not going to throw your sight picture off. It's not going to jerk the gun around as much. However, the M14 has no extra travel. The bolt is, M14, M1 Garand, pretty much anything M1 action. The bolt is going to bottom out against a hard mechanical stop and not, it won't run out of velocity against a stiff spring. This makes it very not conducive to being a machine gun at all, as was demonstrated rather well by Ian there. It's walking him around, and if you were to group that at 25 yards, if you'd be having a hard time to get 5 rounds on a man-sized target at 25 yards because the gun's running really fast.
A step up from the M1 Garand, but it was just a single step, not a leap or bound by any means. And most importantly, it says made by Springfield on the back, so the U.S. Army Ordnance Department adopted it right away. The rifle was officially adopted as the primary American weapon in 1957 and went into production in 1959. And then almost immediately, the M14 was having problems. See, Springfield Armory was never the sole manufacturer of the weapons that the military had. Instead, Springfield would have the patent and then delegate construction. The two main companies that did the physical rifle production for the military were Winchester and H&R. By 1964, those two companies, as well as Springfield, had produced over 1.3 million rifles. And while the Springfield rifles were performing okay, the others, not so much.
The Winchester and H&R guns were blowing up, was their problem. It was not good. And I believe the thing that they pointed to was that it was heat treating issues as well as underlying metallurgical issues, which is strange because both of these companies made Garand receivers and those guns weren't blowing up. So it's certainly indicative of how bad Springfield fucked everything up with the M14 from a standpoint of they were able to communicate to these companies how to make M1 Garands, and from a standpoint of the gun blowing up or not, there's nothing that different going on with the M14, and they were managing to make them not hold together so very well anymore.
Due to poor quality control, the rifle seemed to be jamming, it was having pieces malfunction, a lot of parts had to be replaced, and quickly this rifle became unpopular with soldiers. Not only because of the malfunctions mentioned earlier, but also this is really heavy. Ask anyone who's ever been in the military. You spend a lot more time carrying the gun than you do actually using it. While Springfield and the Army Ordnance Department were content to keep that rifle until they were forced into a new one, some people were looking for other options. And they would eventually come to know an engineer by the name of Eugene Stoner. Remember how earlier I said the U.S. military held trials to see what new .308 caliber weapon would be the standard issue rifle? Well, while they, of course, went with Springfield, one of the weapons at that initial trial in 1957 was the AR-10. The AR.
So he's planting seeds here that are important. There's a lot of glossing over how the Army came to know Eugene Stoner that I guess isn't important details for the conversation we're having here, but it didn't quite happen like that. The Army was aware of Armalite. The Army and Air Force, the U.S. military was aware of Armalite well before the AR-10. The Air Force had adopted the AR-5, which was a bolt-action survival rifle. It's often misunderstood. As far as I can find, the only records point to the fact that the Air Force bought 12 of them. They adopted a rifle they bought 12 of. It's a good big round of applause for regular Air Force things going on there. But they were aware of Armalite already. They had made a name for themselves as far as the lightweight polymers and aluminum company, because the AR-5 did take advantage of aluminum parts, polymer parts as well. And like we'd mentioned earlier, the AR-10 was involved in the M14's trials, but it wasn't a serious contender. It was more of a, look, we have this, let's throw it into the ring, because for Armalite, this is a free opportunity to find out what's wrong with your gun. The military will beat the shit out of it, they'll find out what's wrong with it, and you get to then take that back and improve on it. It's frankly a win-win situation, and which is why companies would submit oftentimes gun designs that clearly weren't going to win, like the AR-10, just to see what happens with them.
AR-10 was developed by Eugene Stoner. Eugene Stoner worked for a company called Fairchild Aircraft. Fairchild Aircraft was, as described, a company that built planes. One of the divisions under this company was known as Armalite, a division dedicated to small arms research and development, with Eugene Stoner being one of the leaders at the helm of it. Eugene Stoner...
I do want to butt in. This is somewhere between nitpick and technical detail. Stoner was the chief engineer of Armalite, but the chief engineer of Armalite, his position he was not a shot caller, right? He was not the person who was, in period publications about the AR-15, the AR-10, and all these sorts of things, his name isn't mentioned as having designed it. The president of Armalite, Charles Dorchester, and George Sullivan, I believe, was the other guy. They were responsible for Armalite from a standpoint of directorship, right? They were really in the leadership positions at Armalite, and they were the ones who were initially credited with these things. As the story goes, it was Stoner's wife who verbally assaulted, I believe it was Sullivan, George Sullivan, who's different from Jim Sullivan, who's a different guy who worked at Armalite. There's no relationship there either, which is kind of interesting. But Stoner's wife had verbally berated George Sullivan, saying, "You need to put my husband's name on this. He designed it, not you," because you're essentially calling him a fink, right? You're taking credit for other people's stuff. It's kind of fucked up. And from that point on, Stoner's name was mentioned when these things were discussed. But Stoner was not. He didn't own the company. He didn't have a massive stake in the company. He was working at the company, employed by it as a chief engineer. I think that's an important detail to sort of square as far as where he fits into this whole thing.
And the other researchers at Armalite decided that instead of these huge metal and wood rifles, what if instead they developed something out of aluminum, similar to how one would an airplane? And what if instead of creating a lot of heavy mechanisms within the weapon to work it, why not just make it work off of the pressure and direction of the gases naturally created when a bullet fires? So,
I do want to butt in again. All gas-operated guns do this, including the Garand and the M14, and if you weigh the operating parts on a Garand or M14 and then weigh the operating parts on an AR-10, right, they're all in that same relative range of performance, right? Same caliber effectively. 30-06 and 308 aren't that different. If you weigh the operating parts, you'll find something surprising, and it's that the AR-10 has heavier operating parts despite having fewer parts in the actual piston, in terms of the actual motivating system of the gun, it's got fewer parts, right? Because it's really just the gas tube in place of a multi-part piston operot assembly, or in the case of the M14, like a multi-part piston tappet stupid system going on. But the idea that having a direct impingement system like the AR-15 does saves weight compared to other gas-operated systems is entirely untrue. The AR-15's most logical comparison, right, to the AK, the weight's almost identical for reciprocating parts.
So they develop a prototype using the military's new round, the 308, and as mentioned, the military looks it over. But Stoner and other engineers continue to think, what if the 308 is still the wrong direction? What if the Europeans, as well as the data we have from World War II, is correct, and a smaller bullet would be more effective?
This is not something that Stoner and the other engineers at Armalite thought about at all. Stoner was adamant that 308 was the right direction, and by the time the Army, like the Army is the one that approaches Armalite because of the fact that the Army was already acquainted with Armalite's work, and gives them a list of requirements. They say, look, we're putting a new program together. We want to evaluate 22 caliber rifles. Design us a 22 caliber rifle. It's under 6 pounds loaded. Penetrate a steel helmet at 500 yards. Muzzle velocity of this and that, right? They gave them a list of requirements, as these contracts typically have, and said, design us something. Put something together for us because we think you're good at designing guns. Stoner thought that was bullshit. He was working on designing 308s instead. The time period during which the AR-15's design was hashed out, Stoner only had an advisory role over it. Stoner was instead working on the AR-16, which was a stamped and welded steel constructed rifle in 308 that he thought was like this is a more attractive gun than the AR-10. More attractive from a standpoint of cheaper for militaries to buy and get on board with. Because sort of the drawback to the aluminum manufacturing that often goes undiscussed is these days AR-15 receiver forgings, really cheap, right? You can buy them for chips. They cost nothing. At this time, the use of aluminum materials like this make the guns wildly more expensive than they should have been, or than they are today anyway, right? Aluminum forgings are not cheap to work with back then, like they are today, especially when it comes to the AR-15, because that economy of scale didn't exist then. They were designing something new. So, especially then, it was very attractive to instead look at stamped, welded, sheet metal constructed guns. That said, the way things ended up playing out, stamped, welded sheet metal construction is now, these days, much more expensive than aluminum forgings. And so, Stoner's first intuition there at Armalite was correct, that the forgings is actually the much better way to go for modern technology that he couldn't have possibly have conceived, but that was the direction that everything was going anyway. But I guess the point there being, Stoner didn't design the AR-15 per se. It wasn't his pen on drafting paper figuring out how the AR-15 was going to be shaped and the exact size of everything. That work fell to Jim Sullivan and other designers at Armalite, while Stoner himself focused on going in a new direction with the AR-16. Kind of a minor detail, but it is also important from a standpoint of Armalite and its engineers did not come up with the idea of a 22 caliber rifle. That was something the Army went out of its way to ask for. The specific part of the Army, right? Because the Army is a big thing. It was then too, was CONARC, which was like the Continental United States Army Command, something like that. You can look up the acronym, but it's CONARC. And Armalite was approached by CONARC, given the list of requirements, and they said, we're going to be doing this soon, design us a gun. And so Armalite did. Armalite's first gun they designed was known as the Armalite Stopette. It was based on one of Stoner's earlier prototypes that was vaguely reminiscent of the M1 carbine. It was not the inline stock system we're familiar with from the AR-15 and AR-10. The Armalite's reports of the Stopette is that it was, it climbed rapidly with recoil and it cycled way too fast, and they needed to find something else to do. And that's when they figure, well, okay, we think we've got an idea about the round. That's the time they're looking at 222 Remington is the cartridge, and they figure, well, why don't we scale down the AR-10 to that cartridge? And that's sort of the AR-15's genesis properly told. This is important. This isn't a nitpick, right? This is probably the first time we're getting to something that's foundational to the understanding of why the thesis in Wendigoon's video is wrong. The Army themselves are the one that ask for the gun ask for a gun which the AR-15 met the requirements of being. It's probably the correct way to phrase that.
So they downsized the AR-10 into the Armalite Rifle 15, or AR-15, along with the help with designers like Jim Sullivan. Eventually, Fairchild would make budget cuts and could no longer sustain the Armalite branch of research and development, so Armalite would sell the patent of their rifle to Colt under the name of AR-15. Meaning that while Colt can manufacture the rifle and name it whatever they want, or whatever the military designates it as, or what have you, the designation for the rifle is still AR-15.
So he touches on the terminology there, right? Yes, the gun is still an AR-15, right? Because it's based on an AR-15. The same way that your Smith & Wesson semi-auto AR-15 today gets to be an AR-15 because it uses AR-15 parts and is based on, I guess, if you're really walking it back, the Smith & Wesson Sport AR-15s are based loosely on the flat-top M16s, which were then based on the original M16s, which were then based on the Colt AR-15s, which were then based on the Armalite AR-15s, right? So that how that walks back. But his intuition is correct there. What he's saying about the AR-15, it's correct there. And like I pointed out before, that's it's good that he sort of got that straight, because a lot of worse commentators would have messed that fact up massively.
The first models that Colt would develop would be designated the Colt 601 and look something like this. Ignore the little 3-time carry handle scope. I have that up there because I think it's cool. Because of this rifle's construction, when fully loaded, again with 20 rounds, just like the M14...
I do want to interject. He had just mentioned this earlier, and I brain farted about it. He should have stuck in earlier in this video, right? It's a nugget of information that's missing in this timeline that really, really needs to be there. When Armalite had designed the AR-15 at the bequest of the Army did test the rifles that it asked to be designed. One rifle was designed by Springfield, one by Winchester, and one by Armalite. Armalite's submission was the AR-15. There's not a ton of information about Winchesters and Springfields, but we can pull that up here in the Black Rifle. There are pictures of them. Winchester .224 caliber rifle. So here we go. Here's Winchester's offering. Slightly reminiscent of the M1 carbine. It's certainly shaped like an M1 action rifle still. You can sort of see they've got an interesting shape rotating bolt going on there. It's not an M1 action shaped bolt, but you can see what looks like a gas tappet system going on there. Here's your Winchester .224. I believe this is a side-by-side comparison with a carbine, like an M1 carbine. That's what Winchester was going for there. Springfield was also involved. Let me see if I can remember just from scrolling. It might be listed up earlier.
Hello, everybody. I have another future again. I didn't do a perfect job of talking about the Springfield entry in the small caliber high velocity test the first time around, so I'm coming back around to do that. So Springfield was working on a version of a rifle to submit to this program. It has sort of come about as a result of a Springfield employee thinking that they should be involved in this at some rate. Their rifle design, sort of seen here, again, somewhat similar, so sort of M14 DNA going on there around our gas system up at the front here. Not a lot is known about these rifles because 2 prototypes ever were made. You can see it's got a 2-sided operating rod, which is kind of an interesting thing, and it runs a bolt carrier, so it's not, I guess it's not really a traditional operating rod going on there at all. And then there's more of a close-up on the bolt and its carrier for this particular rifle. So the sort of long story short about this rifle, it had a new caliber designed for it, which was .224 Springfield. A .224 Springfield, after this program ends up dying, becomes .222 Remington Magnum, which shouldn't be confused with .222 Remington, 2 different things, kind of confusingly named, especially when you consider Armalite's caliber at this time is called .222 Rim Special. You've got a lot of different .222s going on at this particular point in time. There was some interest from Springfield to sort of pursue this more seriously. However, as Black Rifle alleges, Dr. Carton, who sort of oversees the infantry board at this point in time, becomes aware of the fact that General Wyman, who's the guy at Connacht who sort of plugged Armalite into the small caliber high velocity tests. He didn't like the fact that that had happened because that's not sort of the proper way that this should have been done. And as a result, he felt that Springfield shouldn't be involved in this program at all to sort of lend it any sort of legitimacy. Dr. Carton is sort of a recurring character who was responsible for at least some of the stonewalling that Armalite and or the AR-15 faced. He was certainly the sort of old guard character at Springfield that was resistant to the rifle being developed, involved in anything official. However, his involvement, his doing this, doesn't ever really rise to the level of malice, and I really don't think ever rises to any sort of negligence, and I don't think it ever amounts to sabotage. He's acting protectionist as one may expect him to act, but he's never really in a position where he's absolutely preventing the gun. Of course, preventing the gun from being adopted isn't sabotage. In order for something to actually be sabotaged, right, we'd have to see him let the rifle get adopted and then intentionally screw it over. And we don't really see any of that happen as far as the actual evidence of the rifle is concerned.
It weighs about half as much. That's due in large part to the construction of aluminum and plastic as opposed to the hard steel and wood of the M14. Not only that, but the AR-15 designers went even lower than the .270 caliber suggested by European nations and instead went for a .22 caliber round.
Again, Armalite didn't come up with that on their own. The Army was specifically interested in .22 caliber stuff. The sort of timeline on the small caliber high velocity trials didn't leave you a lot of time to invent your own .22 caliber thing. So all three of the sort of main competitors looked at what was available already, and like .222 Remington was something they all looked at. So that's something worth keeping in mind.
Previously, .22 caliber rounds had only been used for small game or varmint hunting. But the designers realized that the lightweight round, when packed with a comparably low amount of powder, have the same velocity as their larger counterparts in a much smaller package. What that means is you could get comparable accuracy and distance while still being able to hit your target. Again, one of the primary concerns in rifle manufacturing at the time is how do we get soldiers to be able to carry more ammo? Which when we see the difference between the AR-15's round and the M14's round, it's not hard to see why soldiers preferred carrying the former. And in early trials, soldiers loved it. In 1958, the buzz around the rifle got to be so much that the U.S. Army Ordnance Department held a series of 3 tests for the rifle.
These tests were, like I just explained, these tests were like sort of pre-extant, if you will. The tests were always planned. The rifle was designed for these tests that were going to be happening. It wasn't a thing where like Armalite just designed this in a vacuum, like we've been over.
And the findings for it were glowing across the board. The rifle was incredibly reliable, it had a good cyclic rate, soldiers enjoyed shooting it. They even found through ballistic testing that the lighter round had a tendency to cause a lot of damage to flesh because whenever it hit a material, the round would begin to tumble as opposed to the larger caliber rifles that would cut straight through.
It's dangerous to use the word tumble. This is half of a nitpick, but tumble isn't quite accurate. Like most military Spitzer bullets, once they've lost sufficient velocity, want to invert, right? They want the tip of the bullet to be facing backwards, right? So they'll yaw, essentially, in soft tissue. There are some examples of military rounds that were designed to yaw as much as possible that will sometimes actually look like they're tumbling, but what people get in their head whenever they picture tumbling is like the bullet is either literally tumbling in flight through the air, which isn't the case, wouldn't want that because it wouldn't be very accurate, or like when it hits flesh, it just turns into like a helicopter ninjutsu star or whatever. That's not how that actually works. There's plenty of gel tests of Full Metal Jacket 223. Doesn't really tumble. What it will do is invert, usually only once, sometimes more, but usually only once. And some amount of fragmentation will happen if the round was fired from, especially like a 20-inch barrel, like 223 was designed around. The round will fragment. It'll sort of like deconstruct whenever it hits a target, soft target. And this ends up causing substantially more trauma because then you sort of like shotgun effect on the inside of a person, which is, as you can imagine, particularly gruesome.
So the concerns about the round being too small.
And I should butt in. This phenomenon does happen with the 30 caliber rounds. However, because the bullet is heavier, you tend to have you tend to need more time in soft tissue for the round to invert, because it's harder. It's a inertia thing, right? It's in motion and wants to stay in motion, and it's got more inertia because it's got more mass, more momentum, these sorts of things. There's all sorts of physics words to explain this. It's kind of cool. But the M2 ball, the 30-6 round, will do this, but it usually needs more time in soft tissue than you are wide. And so there was a phenomenon or a tendency for 30-6 to just punch through people and not exhibit the same sort of yawing. Whereas if you were like twice as wide as you were, or you're the size of an animal, it will yaw. And then 30-6 will deal wounds proportionally more devastating than 5.56, 223. At the time the requirements for 223 were laid out, initially there was a requirement that it was more lethal than 30 carbine, but then this requirement disappears from a couple of reports, and then the requirement reappears, and they say that it has to be as lethal as 30-6, the 30 caliber rifle cartridge. A lot of people get hung up on this, and they're like, well, there's no way that's possible. Well, they're not talking about it has as much muzzle energy as 30-6, because it doesn't. They're not talking about at 500 yards it has the same muzzle energy as 30-6. It's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is that in terms of wounding effect, in terms of how bad it's going to fuck you up, it's going to be similar or better. And when it came to evaluating the 223, they found that yes, in fact, it was. Because of the tendency that M2 ball will penetrate through you before it's ready to start yawing, at least in the sort of instances and the situations that they were interested in evaluating. Where 223, usually after about 4 inches of penetration, it's ready to start turning. It's ready to invert, and when it inverts, it dumps a lot of energy very quickly. And it's that energy transfer that makes a bullet lethal.
All to hurt anyone seem to be negated. In the modern age, we know that the tumbling isn't so much because of the bullet's weight, but mostly because of the copper-jacketed ammo being used, but I digress.
Yeah, so he does point to it there. The weight being more towards the rear is a part of what causes it to tumble, but it doesn't really tumble. It turns over end once typically. It doesn't. Tumble makes you think something like it's pirouetting around inside of a person. Doesn't do that. Tumbling is a tricky word. It confuses a lot of people. I think he probably understands it correctly, given the fact that he identifies that it's really the fact that it's a Spitzer bullet. Pretty much all Spitzer bullets tend to want to do that.
Everyone who reviewed this rifle said that the military should immediately think about adopting it, to which the military responded, no. Or more specifically, the Army Ordnance Department responded, no. The most they would say is perhaps in the future something of this kind could be considered.
I need to stop here because this is probably our next big kernel of this is just wrong. The small caliber high velocity program wasn't set out to adopt the rifle at all. They were just exploring the concept of a small caliber high velocity rifle. That's it. It wasn't to replace the M14. It wasn't to compete with the M14. Keep in mind, these trials are happening at the same time that the M14 is in production, and by 59, the M14 is being issued. The AR-15 is being evaluated as a part of small caliber high velocity to see if this idea is even worth a damn, right? Is what they're really trying to find out. And the most glowing outcome for the AR-15 would have been what it got, that it was recommended for adoption. It being recommended for adoption is a glowing endorsement from the Army. That's the Army saying, hey, this doesn't fucking suck. And that's really what they were trying to find out was, is this idea stupid or not? So it was actually a glowing endorsement that the small caliber high velocity tests netted for the AR-15. However, the Army had actually literally just adopted the M14. They're locked into this at this point, right? It's going to take a pretty substantial change for them to be able to hop out of that, because they've already spent all the money. The expensive part of the M14 is paid for, right? The tooling, the guns in production, they figured that much out. It's going to be difficult to get them to shift gears at this point. It's going to be hard for that to happen. Not that the Army would be unwilling to do it if there really was, the perfect rifle came along. And in fact, the Army at this time has a separate program that they're going to be investing in, known as SPIW, S-P-I-W, which is, I believe, Special Purpose Infantry Weapon, where they were straight up trying to make a Wunderwaffe. Not like not that shot lightning or anything, but they were trying to make like the ultimate infantry weapon of the future. They were looking at flechette ammo, duplex ammo, so it fires 2 bullets from 1 cartridge case. They were looking at some really like pie in the sky out there stuff. And this program is actually where, you know, having underbarrel grenade launchers sort of dates back to, because there was an interest in, you know, adapting grenade launchers to everybody's rifles, that everybody has a grenade on tap rather than traditional rifle grenades that use a spigot system over the barrel. You would just literally be able to pull a second trigger on your gun and then get a grenade to come out of it. Certainly a interesting concept, but as we may touch on more later, spew went nowhere, and that sort of left the Army in a bind. But, you know, the M14 was what it was. They had adopted it. Them not buying a bunch of AR-15s after the small caliber high velocity tests wasn't unusual. It wasn't a sign of them sabotaging. They weren't turning their noses up at the AR-15. They had literally just said it was great.
And that's about it. Well, that was all that was heard about the AR-15 for a couple of years until in 1962 when Air Force Chief of Staff Curtis LeMay wanted to take another look at the gun. See, the Air Force doesn't need a ton of rifles. Most of it's like security positions and whatnot. And as I mentioned, soldiers were tired of the M14.
So this is not a full kernel, but I think this is like a half kernel of missing information. The Air Force wasn't getting M14s. The Army didn't have enough M14s for the Army. That meant the Air Force was going to get fucked. LeMay knew this was a big problem because, you know, at this time it didn't take a genius to read the tea leaves, especially by 62, that the United States is going to be involved in Vietnam. It's going to happen. Especially because in 1961, ARPA, so the precursor to DARPA, was using, you know, Colt AR-15 601s in combat trials in Vietnam. These trials went on in 61 and 62, and the feedback from that was it was excellent. And Wendigoon gets to that later in the video. It's just a little out of order in his timeline here. But, you know, LeMay is aware of the AR-15. He's handled one personally, and it doesn't help that he's like best buddies, like hunting partners, travel buddies with the president of Armalite. There's 100% some cronyism going on behind the scenes here in Armalite's favor. And so, you know, LeMay certainly wants this deal to go through even after Colt owns the gun, right? Because Armalite still gets cut in on the guns that Colt makes. On the AR-15s that Colt makes, Armalite gets cut in. So LeMay's hunting buddy gets cut in. It's just a little bit of cronyism, one hand washing another sort of thing. They're being buddies. But LeMay likes the AR-15, and not without reason. It is certainly a good gun, especially compared to the fact that the Air Force is really, you know, turning to M1 and M2 carbines for base guard. Not that either gun is bad, but they're not really real rifles. And Wendigoon almost uses like base guarding that the Air Force does as a pejorative. I understand the intent there, that, you know, the modern perception is certainly that's what they do, is like fuck all. At the time this is happening in the United States, though, there's a not unrealistic suspicion that communist uprising in the United States could happen, that spies were living among us, because they absolutely were. Pro-communist sentiment was a real thing in the United States. Bases needed to be guarded if, in the event that, I don't know, you get a bunch of angry college kids who have become disillusioned with the American way of life and decide that they want to go raid an air base. There was a non-zero chance that, you know, goofy stuff like this would happen. There was a legitimate reason for the Air Force to have good guns, and they weren't being given good guns. They were being given old stuff from World War II in Korea.
And LeMay had fired the AR-15 himself and loved it, and decided it should be brought on as the Air Force's standard issue weapon. The Army Ordnance Department opposed, saying that it was dumb for one branch to adopt a rifle that the other branches didn't, but LeMay basically gave them the middle finger and said that if they're not going to get with the times, then he is. And the Air Force...
So this is a tricky one, and it's spread out across several sections in the Black Rifle where all this is discussed. There's a lot of political foot dragging that goes on. It's more Department of Defense and not the Army that's like, hey, the Army just got the M14. Why don't you just wait, Air Force? And the Air Force is like, no. And LeMay tries to like go to JFK, you know, the president, multiple times to try and like back channel this. And JFK eventually tells LeMay, stop fucking talking to me about AR-15s. I don't give a fuck. He didn't actually use those words. But essentially LeMay is told to like, please stop doing this. And it's not until LeMay justifies, like, look, we've got the money. We're not going to be getting M14s anytime soon. We need the guns because our stuff is all old and bad. Can we please just get some? And Department of Defense is like, yes, that would be an okay thing for you to do. It wasn't the Army that was standing in the way of the Air Force getting guns because the two were divorced at this point in history. The Army couldn't really tell the Air Force what to do and vice versa. And this was a relatively new split, and it meant that a lot of things weren't particularly well settled, right? There was a lot of spite and anguish that was born out of this happening. But the LeMay, at any time that he was allowed to have the money allocated by Department of Defense, could have bought AR-15s, and then he did. It wasn't something the Army got to object to or not.
Force adopted the AR-15 as their standard issue rifle, ordering 8,500 of them and 8.5 million rounds of ammunition in 1962. The Air Force adopting their own rifle turned a lot of heads within the government, one of those heads being the Department of Defense. See, by 1962, we weren't full bore into Vietnam yet, but we were allied with the Vietnamese Republic forces, and a lot of people kind of felt that a war was coming. So the DoD wanted to begin testing these weapons. One of the ways they did that is by sending 1,000 of them.
So again, massive timeline issue here. Weapons had already been tested in Vietnam and combat tested by the time the Air Force had any of them. By the time the Air Force was taking delivery and their 8,500 rifles were there, these things were already being used in combat in Vietnam by U.S. quote-unquote advisors. And there's some pictures of these advisors. We spent special operations forces over there to fight communists. At this point, you can say it openly. Then you had to be politically sensitive and be like, "Oh, we sent advisors to help the South Vietnamese, help ARVN, help our allies." They were doing more than helping, but the evaluation was to see, is the AR-15 good? And the thing that they were specifically interested in was, is the AR-15 good for the Vietnamese soldier? Because Vietnamese soldiers were typically smaller in stature than United States soldiers. Although, make no mistake, United States soldiers of this time period are not quite like they were today. Malnourishment and underfeeding was still a problem in much of America at this point in time. The sort of jacked up image you get of like the big, strong American, Chad American soldier versus the virgin, tiny little Asian soldier wasn't as clear a distinction at this point in history.
To our allies in Vietnam to see what they thought of them. Once again, all the reports came back glowing. Out of 1,000 rifles, some of which were fired 80,000 times, only 2 had to have any kind of repair. That's not even good. That's like remarkable. I mean, how many things could you just invent, and then if you torture test 1,000 of them, you only have 2 issues?
The 2 issues thing, I'm going to have to refer to the black rifle real quick. I don't think that's accurate. The 601s in Vietnam did have issues. The response to them was still glowing, but and I guess I should mention Agile was the whenever ARPA took the guns over there, was known as Agile. Okay, so I was not able to find where in the black rifle it talks about failure numbers of 601s in Agile testing. I'm pretty sure in the Agile reports themselves they have them. I don't recall it being only 2 rifles of the, because they beat on some of these guns pretty hard. I don't recall that it was only ever 2 broke. But certainly in that bit that is cited here on the black rifle, it's side-by-side comparison specifically with the M2 carbine, which was sort of the most logical contender when it came to small-statured people need something that's sort of like an assaulty sort of rifle. It certainly outperformed the M2 carbine, and that pans out pretty well in reality. That's about what you should expect. However, putting 80,000 rounds through any AR-15, you're not going to do that without parts breaking. A particular early issue with the 601s, the firing pins were too heavy and would lead to slam fires that could cause parts breakages. Additionally, the auto sear pins on 601s had a tendency to break. I believe it was a heat treat spec that was changed because dimensionally the auto sear pins didn't actually change. But auto sear pins breakage on early AR-15s was a pretty common problem. I don't think you'd get 80,000 rounds through one without at least breaking one, considering it was a fairly common thing. A little bit of a nitpick, but all that to say, the 601's use in Vietnam was glowing. I don't think it was as glowing as only 2 rifles had any problems.
It was suggested that all of our Vietnamese allies be armed with an AR-15, but it was turned down because, again, they didn't want to be using different ammo in combat zones, yada, yada, yada. But the glowing reports caused the ordnance department.
I'm not familiar with what he's alleging there, that it was turned down because again, our allies in Vietnam could have got AR-15s from Colt if they wanted. It's not like Vietnam was our colony and we controlled all of the decisions they made. And certainly we weren't going to be sending them M14s because we didn't have enough M14s for ourselves. I'm just not familiar with any documentation that's like the Army Ordnance Corps saying, no, Vietnam, you cannot buy AR-15s because we say so. I guess it's something that certainly could be researched more. I'll have to do more digging on that, but I'm just not familiar with where that's coming from.
Department to be ordered to once again test out the AR-15. Could you imagine how angry the Ordnance Department is at this gun by this point? Like, they have their whole little thing going on where, they have like a gun issue, and then they play this whole charade with Springfield where they're like, which one am I going to pick? And they always pick Springfield's, right? And this is now the 3rd time they're forced to look at one of these. So in 1962, they hold another test for the weapon. And like, they're running out of things bad to say about it. One of the things they listed as an issue was it had, quote, poor pointing and firing at night, whatever that means, and also that it did poorly at material penetration at distance compared to the M14, which, duh. Everyone understands that the round is slightly smaller. It's not supposed to be a full-length rifle round. That's kind of the whole point. But regardless, Army Ordnance said that they are not adopting it until something better comes along. Or in other words, until Springfield finds a way to make one. However, regardless of what Army Ordnance says, everyone who picks up one of these loves it. Eventually, the Green Beret want to try it out. When the U.S. Special Forces request to have AR-15s, the Army Ordnance immediately shuts it down.
Okay, so there's a little bit to unpack there. The Department of Defense is interested in AR-15s after the Air Force has adopted them. After the Agile reports, there's feedback on what needs to improve with the AR-15 because there were things that the 601 didn't do quite right. There were certainly improvements made to it. The Army has feedback on these improvements. Like, there's things that they want done to the rifle that they think would make it better. The Air Force also has their own improvements that they think would make the gun better. Okay, so effectively the way this went down is after the testing in Vietnam, there was the formation of what was known as the Technical Coordinating Committee, TCC. The purpose of this committee was to overview the combat readiness of the AR-15. I believe this committee was put together at the direction of the Department of Defense, since the reports from Vietnam had been, hey, this rifle's actually pretty good. There's a lot of people involved in the TCC. Springfield's got a say in it. Stoner has a say in it. Eugene Stoner, the gun designer, has a say in it. The Air Force has a say in it. It's a rather large community, and the purpose of it is to sort of, like it's got in the name, it's to coordinate whatever changes the AR-15 might need, what people might think it need, what sort of stuff should be done to the gun to make it better, make it more ready. And so that's when we get to the first 130 changes. The committee sort of came back to Colt and said, based on the testing we've done so far, this is what we think needs to change with the gun. There's a great big list of changes. Nowhere near all 130 of them got made, but these were sort of this is how you improve the gun. And again, I believe it was the Department of Defense that was directing all of this stuff to happen, because the Department of Defense is well aware of the fact that there aren't enough M14s. The Department of Defense behind closed doors wants to kill off the M14 because costs are rising and they're not making more guns, and the guns they are making are frequently having major issues that just drives cost up higher. At this point, they're done with the whole sunk costing with the M14. This is the great big push comes to shove to shift gears to get the Army away from the M14. It's going to take the Department of Defense saying, no, you cannot have money for M14s anymore. But the Department of Defense can't just cut the Army off. They just can't say, okay, no more rifles, find something else. They've got to make sure something else is in place. Spew is still alive at this point, so Spew is still maybe going to give you a wonder weapon. Spoiler alert, it didn't. All of the concepts sort of died and weren't that great. But the Department of Defense figures what makes the most sense is we've got the AR-15, seems like it's an okay gun. We're going to make what was known as the one-time buy. They're going to buy 100,000 AR-15s, divvy them up between the Air Force and the Army, and they're going to use those until Spew is ready to take over. This one-time buy turned into a 2-time, to a 3-time, to a 4-time, and then bought millions of AR-15s by the time this was done. But this one-time buy was meant to tide things over until Spew bore fruit. Spew never bore fruit, and so this sort of sets us up for the issues that the AR-15 actually has. Because remember, Colt has only been making this gun for like 2 years at this point, 2-3 years. They've barely even got their toes wet with making the gun. If you compare, Winchester trying to make M14s was blowing them up at this point. Guns were exploding, and Colt was in a similar situation where sure, the AR-15 had been designed earlier than 2-3 years, but Colt had only been making it for 2-3 years, and they did change quite a bit of stuff because Armalite was predominantly a prototype shop. Their drawings and their engineering was not near the level that Colt was planning on needing it to be.
This works its way so high up on the chain of command that it gets to President Kennedy's desk. Kennedy and his Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, for the boys, it's the nerdy guy from 5. The two of them sign off that the Green Beret should be allowed to run the AR-15. And guess what? Just like in every other case, they love it. But the gun's controllable on full auto.
Okay, so I stopped here because I did have to go and check. I'm totally unsure where this Green Beret story is coming from. I haven't found this backed up anywhere. If the Green Berets had wanted AR-15s, they certainly could have gotten them without the Army having much of a say in it. That's certainly something that, like, if they were set on having them, they could have had them, even if they would get them from the Air Force. I'm not aware of where this story came from at all. Certainly, the Green Berets had AR-15s, and they at various points wanted special AR-15 variants. I'm not aware. The Black Rifle has nothing to say about Green Berets somewhere in the 62-63 time frame saying we want them, and the Army saying go fuck yourselves. Especially because at this point the Army can read the writing on the wall. The M14's fucked, and you can't. The Army isn't delusional, right? An Army that was actually hell bent on sabotaging things would be okay with not having a fallback plan. Like, we're not going to have enough M14s and they don't work. An Army that's bent on sabotaging things so it comes out on top would go, okay, change nothing about it. When in reality, the way this actually worked is the Army sat down with the TCC and said, look, this is what we need to see out of the AR-15 before we're comfortable with it. They were certainly willing to play ball, much more so than Wendigoon lets on.
It's lightweight, you can maneuver it much easier. Basically, once again, the Chad AR-15 has blown the Virgin M14 out of the water. As a matter of fact, the Green Berets love it so much that McNamara thinks to himself, hey, if every person we give this gun to says it's the best thing since sliced bread, what is with the Army ordinance saying it's bad every time they test it? So Secretary of the Army Cyrus Vance, at the behest of McNamara, decides to have an investigation into why this thing was rejected, where they find out that not only were the people within Army ordinance biased, they were straight up rigging the game. The M14 selected for the operations were match grade. They were carefully inspected, everything checked out to make sure they were good to go, and the AR-15s being tested were grabbed from the bottom of a box. Same goes with the ammo. The M14's ammo was carefully inspected and used, whereas the AR-15's was just grabbed out of a box.
I do want to interject. There wasn't such a thing as special AR-15 ammo at this point. 223 was new. By this time, again, the Army was investigated by the Army to see why the AR-15 had been turned down in the first place, like what the problem was. And the reports they dig up right from the early Armalite testing was everybody liked the gun. There wasn't really a big problem with it. But this wasn't because the Army was like, no, we absolutely refuse to use AR-15s at all. By this point in time, the Army is okay with using AR-15s. So I think there is a little bit of timeline confusion going on here. And it's certainly something where if the Black Rifle says it verified that it was true and in the correct order and these sorts of things. Meanwhile, when these stories about the Green Berets want them and they couldn't have them, and that made McNamara come and ask the Army to investigate, I never heard that story. I don't know where that came from.
During the investigation, it was found that there were meetings of the head of Army Ordnance and other companies as to how they could rig the game. And then in their logged minutes, I don't know how people don't check this, in their logged minutes of what was said during the meeting, someone can be quoted as saying, only include the evaluations of those tests that will reflect adversely on the AR-15 rifle. This finding made everyone furious. The Pentagon, Department of Defense, McNamara, all of them were like, okay, show's over, you had your fun, you're taking this rifle now, this is the new rifle, like it or not, grow up.
There's a lot of breezing over going on there. Yes, the Army did cover up how well the AR-15 did and tried to downplay the fact that it was better than the M14. But a lot of this stuff was happening whenever the M14 wasn't a known bad gun. By the time that this is all coming to light, the M14 is a known bad gun. The Army knows it's not going to be able to keep it, at least not in the capacity that it had originally hoped for, perhaps. And the Army's not resistant, again, to the AR-15. It doesn't take McNamara saying grow up to make these things change. I think part of this confusion comes down to the fact that the Army at large has people on the TCC. It also has people that are vehemently opposed to the adoption of anything in .22 caliber whatsoever. The fact that some people in the Army tried to cover things up isn't indicative of the entire Army being opposed to things. So this is one of those things where nuance is incredibly deep, right? There's a lot of nuance to go on, but without nuance, you can't possibly understand or explain what was going on. Again, there's 100 pages at least in the Black Rifle just dedicated to these happenings. Worth reading if you're confused about it, but the long and short of it is, yes, the Army did try to cover things up early on. They tried to make their gun look better. No, that wasn't tantamount to sabotage. There was no sabotaging going on there. They were just playing favorites, right? It happens. The Air Force played favorites with the AR-15. That's the reason it ended up getting adopted. These things happen. It's not necessarily bad when they happen because usually the intentions are good. The Army had good intentions in thinking that a .22 caliber rifle would be a bad idea. It wasn't true. I mean, they were wrong, but that was still their intentions, right?
It was also around this time that things in Vietnam were heating up, like mid-1963, and the Army Ordnance was made for procurement of rifles across the entire armed services. Now, out of everything I'm saying so far, that sounds like a bad idea, but I'm talking about one narrow view of weapons development and history at the time. There's a lot of other factors that made it a good decision, at least as McNamara viewed it, to do everything through a single source. So imagine that you are the U.S. Army Ordnance. You have had this cool thing going for a while where you kind of get to pick the rifle and people don't really tell you what to do, but now you have been told what to do and you're supposed to do this. So maybe most people would think if you can't beat them, join them, get over it, accept it. But if you're the Army Ordnance Department, you think if you can't beat them, make sure everyone loses.
This isn't true. It's not how that went. It's just absolutely not how that went at all. I understand he's trying to paint a picture about sabotage and the big evil, and he'll elaborate on that some, but that's just simply not how that went at all. Yes, the Army, certain parts of the Army drug their feet as hard as they could and tried to make the AR-15 look bad, but the Army as a whole was evaluated the AR-15, and they gave honest evaluations of it the whole time. Like, they liked it, recommended for adoption, seems like a great idea, we should be using these. and that's coming out of the Army itself. The Ordnance Board specifically was, yes, responsible for acquisition of guns and would streamline acquisition of guns for other branches. I guess really it's just the Air Force as far as we're concerned about here. But the Air Force was still an independent agency and was able to buy AR-15s without going through the Army. It was just sort of a holdover from the time that the Air Force was a part of the Army. And again, nobody had really fully fleshed out how these agencies interact with each other. There was resentment at the Army Board for a .22 caliber rifle from individuals who were relatively high up. This didn't mean the entire Army Board was opposed to the AR-15. In fact, they wrote reports saying it was very good. There were things thrown into these reports to maybe look like it wasn't very good, like, okay, maybe it's just good, just not very good. But, the fact remains, if the Army was trying to sabotage us, they'd say, like, the gun's a dog, they all fucking broke, they bent the barrels on them, you just, like, start making up insane stories. That's what sabotage would really look like. And we'll touch on more about the Army has multiple opportunities to sabotage the AR-15 for real, and it's really even stuff that the Ordnance Board would have discretion over, and they don't do it. And it's not like the guys who were trying to fight against the AR-15 were stupid. They were certainly aware of ways that they could fuck the gun over. It's just that they weren't going to fuck the United States over trying to play favorites with what they thought was the better gun, which means that sabotage didn't really happen. But we'll get more into that later.
And here is where we get into the sabotage. And to explain it properly, I have to...
No, there is no sabotage.
First explain how this thing works. So, bullet set at the top of the magazine inside of the chamber here.
I guess he's Freudian slip there, but they sit in the top of the magazine and the receiver. The chamber's on the barrel.
There is a bolt within the gun, picks up a round, pushes it into the chamber, and when the trigger is pulled, the round goes off, creating an explosion within this chamber. When an explosion goes off, the bullet has nowhere else to go than out the front of the barrel. The gases are traveling in the same direction before they're caught by the gas block up here. The gas is then diverted through the gas block, through the gas tube. You can see it through the handguard. It's a little silver bar in there. They come through the gas tube and then smack the top of this bolt carrier.
This is one of those things that's like, for the story he's telling, this isn't really a relevant issue, but it is a fundamental misunderstanding. The AR-15's gas system doesn't have gas smack the gas key on the top of the carrier. The sort of genius of Stoner's design is that when compared to other direct impingement systems, gas is tapped into the gas key, which is then ports the gas down between the bolt and bolt carrier. If you look up a picture of a cutaway AR-15 gas system, you will see there's a channel for gas to come through the gas key and then down into the piston and carrier. You could maybe make an AR-15 work by just having a completely closed off gas key, make it more like a regular direct impingement system, like you see on the AG-42, for example. But no, the AR-15's gas system does not work as described. It's not true.
The gases hit this little gas key.
No, they don't.
On top of the carrier, grab the carrier, and cause the system to go backwards.
That much is true, but the way it makes it go backwards is what makes the AR-15 so interesting. Because the gas is ported between the carrier and the bolt head gets pushed forward and the bolt carrier gets pushed backwards. Of course, the bolt head can't go forward very far, but the fact that it is pushed forward is significant. The reason why is a little bit down the gun design iceberg, probably more than I need to get into in full detail here, but because the bolt is pushed forward, some of the pressure from the cartridge having been fired is still pushing the bolt backwards. The bolt has locking lugs that lock the bolt into place so it can't go backwards, but there's a lot of friction located in these lugs because the lugs are being pushed backwards. Imagine trying to slide a book off of a table as it normally sits, and then imagine that your friend is sitting on top of the book and you try to slide it. It'd be really hard. Your friend's weight in this case is like the pressure that's still in the chamber. It's got the lugs really tightly engaged. Now, because the bolt gets pushed forward by gas pressure from the firing of the gun, the bolt actually gets some of that pressure relieved from the lugs, which makes it so whenever the bolt then goes to rotate to unlock, whenever the lugs disengage from each other, it makes that act of rotating the bolt over significantly easier. This is a huge advantage of the AR-15's system, and is sort of helps exemplify a point that he tries to make later, albeit not quite perfectly. But the AR-15's gas system is, I don't want to say self-regulating, but it got like a cushioning effect in this regard, where if your remaining chamber pressure is high whenever your gun's going to extract, you're also going to have a correspondingly higher force pushing the bolt forward and reducing the amount of friction that's going to happen whenever the bolt is then starting to unlock. This is significant because of the fact that higher chamber pressure leads to more friction, leads to difficulty extracting.
This resets the hammer, picks up the next round, and that happens about 750 times a minute when you're holding down the trigger. It's a remarkably simple and efficient design without a lot of moving parts. It's what's known as a direct impingement system, which means the gas impinges directly on the bolt itself. Even though, if we're being technical, this isn't a direct impingement system because it doesn't hit the bolt, it hits the bolt carrier and the gas key.
This is a complete misunderstanding. Bloke on the Range has a really good video on the question of AR-15 gas system. Is it piston or direct impingement? Well, it's direct impingement. All direct impingement systems have a piston, right? Something has to be the frame of reference of a piston because it's gas operated. A gas operated gun has a piston. It's direct impingement or short stroke piston or long stroke piston. There's a piston. It's just, piston becomes a frame of reference thing, right? The AR-15's gas system isn't not direct impingement because gas is acting on the carrier. Gas operated guns typically locked breech. I don't want to say that's exclusively because there's probably weird examples of ones that aren't. But gas operated guns are typically locked breech. The ones we're talking about here are locked breech, which means they're going to have an operating member. It's not always a bolt carrier. Sometimes it's like an operating rod like you have on the Garand, but it's going to have something that the gas is acting on to operate the action. The gas acting on that operating member, a bolt carrier, a piston, operating rod, etc., just because the gas is acting on that doesn't mean that it's not the system that it is. The sort of like the thing he's misunderstanding here is that when people say, well, there's gas acting directly on the bolt, he thinks that means that when there's gas acting on the carrier, it's not direct impingement. This is not true. Look at any other gun like MAS 4956, AG42, the Hakim. I think that's pretty much it for. There's not a lot of direct impingement guns really. It's sort of an uncommon operating system. But in all of these guns, gas is acting on the carrier, the operating member, because the operating member is what unlocks the bolt. If gas is acting directly on the bolt the moment the gun is fired, right? That's the cartridge and chamber pressure. It's the operating member that has to have gas act on it, which is the piston, long stroke, short stroke, or direct impingement, or there's many other systems that exist. But the fundamental misunderstanding isn't fantastic going on here because it's being presented very forcefully as though this is the way it works. The AR-15 is a direct impingement system. Gas acts directly on the operating parts and not by way of a piston or an extension attached to the operating parts of the gun, which is sort of the big difference there. The carrier isn't, to the extent the carrier is converted to a piston, the carrier is also converted to a piston, or the gas tube is converted to a piston on other direct impingement guns. We can't just sit here and pretend that direct impingement doesn't work, because if you look at all of these guns that have their various gas tubes, it's quite obvious they're different, mechanically speaking, than something short stroke or long stroke. That's why they have their own category. Is that gun autistic enough for you? Anyway, moving on.
This is more of an internal piston system, but direct impingement, sure. The primary reason it's such an efficient and reliable design is because the whole weapon system is sealed. Not only can you walk around with a dust cover to prevent debris from getting inside of the action, but with a mag in the gun, unless something physically falls down the front of the barrel, there's no way for something to get inside of this and mess up the action. Now, what this system also means is that it's very finely tuned. Think about it. You have a lot of pressure being created around here at the moment of an explosion, something like 50,000 psi. That pressure causes the casing of the ammo to swell up enough that it makes a seal for everything to go out, but then when the pressure goes down enough, it's just enough for the casing to decompress, to be pulled back out of the gun by the extractor.
I feel like he's saying that the casing decompresses like it unsticks. It's not really true. That's what primary extraction is in firearms, and it's why most auto-loading cartridges have taper to them. If you think about, this is tricky to think about unless you think about mechanical stuff fairly often. But if you think about driving a cone into a cone-shaped recess, it will stick really tight whenever you put it in there and like you twist it, you rotate it. Like if you played brass instruments, like putting the mouthpiece on a trumpet into the trumpet, or any brass instrument, right? Because it's got a taper cut onto it. The taper will bind up as soon as you like insert it and then rotate it slightly. But the moment it's moved backwards even a tiny fraction, it's no longer tight whatsoever. This opposed to if it's a square, a square thing, something without taper inside of a square hole that's also without taper, it will be tight the whole time you're trying to take it out. Thus, why taper is important on cartridges. After a round is fired, the cartridges will seal themselves into the chamber pretty darn tight. And primary extraction in a firearm is whenever you get that first movement out of it. You've first moved it just enough to unseal it. That unsealing doesn't happen automatically with decompression. The one exception being stuff like roller-delayed firearms that have fluted chambers. They keep the case decompressed on the same gas that's propelling the bullet out of the barrel to prevent the case from sticking. But that's a whole different operating system and is way outside the scope of this video.
And allow the system to reset. That means the timing of where the gas block is on the barrel to the timing of how your spring in the stock pushes the bolt back forward to the timing of what kind of pressure of ammo you're using to the timing of the tube itself and everything else. There's so many different factors that go into making this a well-machined piece.
I'm so excited.
All of that to
So there is certainly a lot of timing involved in the AR-15. It's not the sort of gun that, especially in its early versions, it's not the sort of gun that could tolerate a lot of changes to this extent. However, that wasn't right, and I guess I'm going to spoil the plot. The fact that changes were made to ammo and the gun was unable to tolerate them isn't a fault of the ammo or the people who changed the ammo, and we'll explain more about that later. It's the fact that the gun just wasn't designed very well in the first place. If you pause for a moment and consider modern AR-15s, right, that have the improved design features that came out of that point in time, will stomach a massive variety of pressure differences in terms of gas port pressure. As severe, at least as severe, as that which the original incantations of the AR-15 were incapable of tolerating. The gun's design was sort of the lacking thing there. Not really something the Army quote-unquote sabotaged. We'll get more into that later. But yes, timing is certainly important. However, the AR-15, as a well-designed, mature gun, doesn't get heartburn from that timing being off by a little or even a considerable amount.
say, if you randomly change something on it, something bad's probably going to happen. So the Army Ordnance is forced to adopt this gun they don't want to. And the first thing they do is start making changes to it. The first one they make is pretty minor. The AR-15, which, by the way, this specific one is an SP-1. It's a model Colt made after the war to look like their early Colt 601 prototypes.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. We'll do the most recent thing he just said first. The Colt SP-1s were not they were available after the war, but they were introduced during the war. Like I'd mentioned earlier, the first semi-automatic AR-15 variant, the Colt SP-1, Colt AR-15 SP-1, was introduced in 1964. The first one was produced in 1963. They didn't sell very well until well after the war, but they were available much earlier on. Additionally, they were not made to look like 601s. That's simply not true. The SP-1s were actually made out of parts that were from the 602s and then 604s. The very, very first 6 months of SP1s had some 602 parts in them, but past that point, it was meant to be 604s. The 604 was sort of a mature version of the 602. The 602 and 604, for all intents and purposes, the same rifle. And in fact, there are some 602s that were accepted as being M16s, even though the M16 contract was for 604s. So a lot of AR-15-tism going on there. Point being, for that note, it's not based on the 601 at all. Not visually. The 601 has a lot of distinctive visual features about it that if you're really AR-15 geeky, you'll understand, aren't present on the 601 at all. The other thing he's talking there, that the Army refused to adopt the rifle unless they got their changes. This is true. However, the Army's adoption of the rifle was something that happened way later on, like 1968. The Army was using the rifle effectively in a standard issue role before they had adopted the rifle. The whole time the rifle was known as the XM16E1, the Army was using it. And this started in 1963. The Department of Defense in 1963 adopts the Colt AR-15 Model 603 as the M16A1. It's going to be the Army's gun. The Army calls it the XM16E1 because they still haven't adopted it, because there's a whole process that goes on with their adoption, right? They have to have similarly named and numbered equipment for the gun, have to make armorer's manuals for the guns, training manuals for the guns. There's a lot of bureaucratic, I'm going to say bureaucratic nonsense, but it's not nonsense. It's actually very important stuff that has to go on as as a part of adopting a gun. So that was all in process while they were developing it, using it. But the idea that they wouldn't adopt it until they had these changes, it's just not quite right, because the 603 was an extant thing, right? The 603 existed in 1963. It was a known thing. All during 62, and then in the early parts of 63 was when Colt was hashing out the forward assist, the bolt closure device design with the Army that Wendigoon will mention here in a little bit. But the Army having insisted on that being there wasn't them dragging their feet on adoption, because their adoption had its feet dragged way longer than that anyway. And it was more of them saying, this is what we want on our rifle, because we're allowed to have, they're allowed to have their druthers about it. They can have the rifle be the way that they want it to be. The Air Force didn't feel that it was necessary. We'll talk more about it later when he brings it up.
Is like the earliest AR-15, at least that Colt made. So this is a pretty accurate demonstration as I explain this, because this is pretty close to the model that the Ordnance Department had a ton of problems with. The first thing they did was change the twist rate of the barrel. So the way rifles work is, as the bullet is traveling out of the gun, there's what's called rifling in the barrel that causes the bullet to twist, and because the bullet is now flying in a spiral, it's more accurate. The original AR-15 had a 1 in 14 inch twist, which is absurdly high compared to modern age, but this was the 60s. What 1 in 14 means is every 14 inches, the bullet has made one complete rotation. So the higher your number is, like 1 in 20, means that the bullet is spinning less, whereas a smaller number, like 1 in 5, means that the bullet is doing a full spin every 5 inches. There's a balance to be found with this, because depending on how fast your bullet is going, there's only so much you can make it spin before it comes out. But according to Army Ordnance, when firing the gun in Arctic conditions, the bullet performed poorly, which I don't know how much I trust that based on everything else they've done with the testing. But they moved it from a 1 in 14 inch twist to a 1 in 12.
So this was actually a real problem. 1 in 14 is sort of on the ragged edge of stabilizing the 55 grain FMJ that they were looking at in the first place anyway. Once you'd move to anything that was longer in ogive or a heavier bullet weight, as the tracer was, and especially as you lower the temperature that you're shooting the gun in, so you've got a little bit less velocity you're getting out of the round, you may run into stability issues, as they reported. And especially when you're shooting tracers, right? You know when your projectile is not stabilized, because it looks really, really funny. So certainly this was actually a legitimate issue. I don't remember if it was the Army that blew the whistle on this. I thought it was the Air Force. Yeah, it was the Air Force that blew the whistle on this. So there you go. It wasn't. This was not one of the Army's changes. Remember, the TCC is the group that's organizing all of these changes, right? All of the changes that are happening are the result of The TCC were taking input from all interested parties. It's a lot of different people. It's the Department of Defense, Army, Air Force, Eugene Stoner, Armorlight Cult. Everybody's sitting down there to figure out how to make the gun as good as possible. So, yeah, it even says so right here. TCC adopted the 1 in 12 twist modification. So this was something that the Air Force, not the Army, brought up. It was a real issue. The gun did actually have problems with this. You will know it if your tracers are not stabilizing. You'll know it really well. And this brings us to another point that I want to make, that it mentions it right here. The Department of Defense, right? OSD is Office Secretary of Defense, so that's Department of Defense. The OSD was convinced that Stoner's design for the AR-15 was perfect and nothing needed to be changed on it. The reason they were doing this is because McNamara wanted to save money and the M14 was costing them a lot of money. So they were just like, why don't we use this? Why don't we use this? Why don't we use this? McNamara wasn't really a gun guy. He didn't understand that the AR-15 needed more time for development. Things needed to change on it. And it didn't help that, Stoner had his ear, and Stoner was, telling him the same things, right? The gun's fine, the gun's fine, the gun's fine. The gun doesn't need to change. No need to worry about any of this. It's perfect the way I made it. Doesn't need any changes or modifications to it. So that was really a issue that plagued it early on. It wasn't the Army that was at this point, quote unquote, sabotaging things. It was Department of Defense, and then confusingly Eugene Stoner himself were the ones saying that no, we didn't need to fix any of this stuff. And them even insisting the 1 in 14 twist is fine and didn't need to change, when in reality it definitely did need to change. So that's where that comes in.
Which isn't that big of a deal. The second change they made to it was much more severe. So again, the way this gun works is you have the bolt inside and all the stuff happens with the gas to make the gun cycle, right? Well, to initially load the weapon, because there's not a bullet going off to make the bolt move around, you grab the charging handle back here and pull, and that's what causes your bolt to move. So if you're ever in a position where you need to grab a hold of the bolt itself doesn't have anything physical you can manipulate. You can grab this charging handle and it does the same thing, because there is a giant spring in the stock that is pushing the bolt back forward. So you always have that tension to work off of. Say, for example, your bolt gets stuck back here, like maybe it's dry and it's having trouble going back forward. Well, you can just grab this, pull it back a bit more and let go, and it flies forward for you. The Ordnance Department said this was unacceptable because every other rifle they've used has a way to physically grab the bolt and ram it forward. Everyone said this was a bad idea. The Air Force said in all of their testing there was never an issue that would be solved by ramming the bolt forward. Eugene Stoner said it was a horrible idea, and the Ordnance Department, as you could imagine, ignored everyone and told them to put something on it that lets them push a button to make the bolt go forward.
Okay, so this is something the Black Rifle talks about. The FAL at this point had seen military service. It was derided for its lack of a way to push the bolt forward. You can complain about whether or not this is actually something necessary or not as much as you'd like. I'm more of the opinion that the Army made the right choice in insisting on this than I'm not. It doesn't hurt to have on the gun. Eugene Stoner's objection to it was the fact that it just made the gun a little bit more expensive and a little bit wider in overall width with that on the side of the gun. Makes the gun a little bit less svelte. But there is something to be said for the Army's justification for it, which essentially came down to is, look, there's other guys who had a gun that didn't have this, and they had complaints about it from the field. Being able to close the bolt without making a lot of sound is potentially tactically advantageous. That sounds sort of like made up mumbo jumbo to me. I don't know that that's actually true. There are a certain number of instances where something like this is useful as a remedial item, where being able to close the bolt, even though it doesn't quite want to close, may actually be of benefit to you. However, that comes down to a training thing, right? You don't want to train people that all the time that's what they should do. But if it comes down to a thing where it's like, oh shit, my gun isn't quite in battery, that's something that can be rather beneficial to you, right? The whole Caillou kitten mouse thing that happened. He had to hit the forward assist in the middle of his rolling around on the ground. Without that forward assist, it's significantly slower to pull the bolt back, clear the live round that's not quite chambered, dump the magazine to get it out of there, put the magazine back in, then slingshot the bolt so that you can get your gun reloaded, than it is to just bump the forward assist. So make of that what you will. I don't think the Army was wrong for insisting that it be on the gun. Wendigoon will point to the Army's justification of it as a psychological thing, and he derides it. I don't think that's a fair thing to deride, because there is a certain catharsis, if you will, in hitting that button to make sure that your gun is absolutely ready to fire. Whenever loading M1s, there was like, sometimes you would need to spank the charging handle forward whenever you're loading a new clip in. I think that was a similar thing, where it's sort of got that catharsis of like, you can push the bolt forward and it's all the way forward. With the AR-15, without the bolt closure device, you can't really do that. And so I think that's sort of what the psychological justification that the Army was going for there was. I guess looking over here at the black rifle, there were multiple bolt closure designs attempted. This one's sort of a particularly funny one, where you push down underneath the charging handle and then sort of push down and forward to get that to go. Stoner favored this design since, in his words, it would be easier to remove once everybody agrees that it's pointless, which is certainly an egotistical way of looking at it. But no, the Army stuck around with it. And in fact, here's one of the early prototype guns with a welded-on forward assist. And other places, there's pictures of a forward assist on the left side of the gun, which is sort of an interesting thing.
As you can see on the side of this rifle, this whole part over here is bare. It's just like, smooth. Whereas after the original Model 601, every AR-15 would have this.
That's a wildly untrue statement. The 602s didn't have them. The 604s didn't have them. Combined, there was like a million 602s and 604s. 602 and 604 parts were used to build a great many other guns. There were Car 15, XM177, the carbines that were slick-sided. There were 605s, 606s, 607s, I believe 608s and 609s that were slick-sided. There was a ton of AR-15s that were slick-sided that didn't have the forward assist on them at all. There were examples of some of these models that did have the forward assist, because it's the difference of one interchangeable part plus the forward assist assembly itself, because the upper receiver swaps out. So bear that in mind, but by no means did the Army insist that like every AR-15 from now on has a forward assist. Eventually, by the time Vietnam's done and the Air Force is done insisting on having their version of the M16, everybody realizes that the bolt closure device isn't actually a bad thing. It doesn't hurt to have on the gun. And it becomes a de facto standard. You can still buy slick-sided uppers, and in fact, Smith & Wesson's first civilian semi-auto AR-15s didn't have them. But it's sort of just become one of those things that gets debated to no end on the AR-15. I think the end result is that if the juice didn't justify the squeeze, it wouldn't be on guns anymore. It is on guns still, and I don't think it hurts to have it there.
A completely useless hole in the side of it known as a forward assist. The forward assist is exactly what it looks like. It is this awkward button off the right side of the gun that is made just in case your bolt gets stuck somewhere. You can push the button and physically press the bolt forward in like little increments, which for one is only viable in a very, very rare scenario. And two, and more importantly, if for some reason you can't get your bolt to go forward, you probably shouldn't try to force it to go forward.
Right, and this is the training issue thing that I had just talked about. So forcing the bolt forward whenever there's something in the way preventing it from closing isn't a good idea. But if it's a life or death situation, right, where you either get that bolt closed or your life is now forfeit, you close the bolt now or you'll never have to close a bolt ever again. If it's one of those situations, being able to, even if it's desperation, get that bolt shut, it's important. And again, it's not without reason, especially when it comes to military manufacture of ammo. The quality control levels are generally not as good as you find on commercial ammunition. With regards to how much powder is put in there and concentricity of components, certainly. But most relevant here is the actual sizing of the brass. It's entirely possible to have blim military ammo where the case itself is just a little bit too long or it wasn't sized properly. And as a result of this, it's going to be tight enough in the chamber that the gun might not close all the way on its own. Additionally, if the gun's dirty to the point that it's just having trouble, because systems like the AR-15 are what's known as push feed. So the bolt has to have enough energy to clip the extractor over the round on the case head. This doesn't happen until the case is all the way in the chamber. And the bolt has to be able to push the round out of the magazine, up the feed ramps, into the chamber, all the way home in the chamber, then have enough energy to get the bolt to rotate closed as the extractor humps over the rim on these rounds. If this doesn't happen, the gun won't be capable of firing because the gun won't actually be closed all the way. Having the bolt closure device ensures that if this happens, you don't have a 5-step malfunction clear, you have a 1-step malfunction clear. Push the forward assist and the gun's closed. Meanwhile, the 5-step clear otherwise would be, you can try pulling the bolt back like an inch and letting it slam forward, but generally if it didn't go the first time, it's not going to go the second time. So you've got to drop mag, pull bolt back, lock bolt back, get the round out of the chamber. Hopefully it comes just by wiggling it. Otherwise you're slingshotting the bolt with no magazine in the way to either seat the bolt fully or get that round out of the chamber. Then you're reinserting your magazine and either dropping the bolt, or if you've got the bolt closed already, then you're ready to fire. That's a lot of steps. Having the bolt closure device is not a bad idea.
These things tend to explode, that's kind of the whole point. Maybe ramming whatever is in the way into the chamber with the bullet is a bad idea. Some people have suggested the reason the Ordnance Department did this is so soldiers could have a psychological knowledge that if they need to touch the bolt, they can, which, what?
I guess the other way to explain this is, press checks these days are super common, right? It's like the cool Instagram thing to do is pull the slide back on a pistol or the bolt back on a rifle just enough to visually see that there's a round in the chamber. And people will be doing this they just put a fresh magazine into the gun. They just racked the bolt. It's very obviously loaded and they'll still check. It's like a consciousness, like a piece of consciousness thing, right? You want to know for sure that the gun's closed. So you give them a little button to go, boop, okay, yep, definitely closed. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you're sort of in a situation where you're that worried about it. Because like with press checks, I thought they were stupid until I did one a couple of times and I was like, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. Having that peace of mind give you some catharsis. And again, this all sort of comes back to a training issue. But again, having the forward assist on the gun isn't a bad thing.
The forward assist can never solve a problem that pulling it back and letting go couldn't also solve.
That's true. And about 5 times as much time. And sometimes in warfare, time isn't something that you get to, you don't have the luxury of having a surplus of, which is, again, having it on the gun is not bad.
I have fired over 100,000 rounds out of AR-15s in my life, and I have never touched this button once outside of a bit. However, it was the third change to the AR-15 that would prove disastrous not only to the reputation of the Ordnance Department and the rifle itself, but to many of the soldiers who carried it. See, when the AR-15 was being developed, like I said, it was very finely tuned to the amount of pressure, to the kind of ammo, etc. The kind of powder that the AR-15 was designed for was the IMR 4475. It was a pretty basic, modern-made powder that was designed by DuPont and then sent to Remington, who made the actual ammunition. Without consulting anyone, the Army Ordnance determined that the powder be changed from IMR 4475 to the O&M ball powder.
Okay, so this one needs really broken down because this is where the entire video falls apart past this point. It's been okay up till now. Most of it's been nitpicky with the little kernels of information, right? At this point, it's like it's jumped the rails completely. It's forgot it's a train. It's grown wings and flown into the sun. To start with, the Army didn't unilaterally change powder and not consult with anyone. That's simply not what happened. It is true the AR-15 is a tuned system and gas pressures matter in more than one place. There's a relevance to gas pressures in more than one place. It's absolutely true. However, the sort of thing that we really need to stick on here is that the Army changes the powder out of nowhere. So we'll consult the Black Rifle, which has a massive section about this question. So it's got one chapter that's titled about the cartridge that nobody wanted to load. Right? A lot of background information is needed here that's just totally absent from the video, so I'm going to data dump you now. 223 Remington, as it was designed by Eugene Stoner, was capable of meeting the velocity standards that were given for the AR-15 initially. However, this was only because they were paying close attention and hand loading ammo and using high quality brass and good quality projectiles and making sure that the amount of powder in the cartridges was extremely consistent. One thing that the Army, with the technical board, TCC, ran into very early was the loads that Eugene Stoner had developed for 223 were high enough on margin that with the sort of margins military ammo is usually loaded to, because military ammo is not very finely loaded, right? They're not weighing each individual powder charge. They're mass producing this ammo because they know that they're going to need tens of thousands of rounds for every one enemy combatant killed. They got to make a lot of this stuff, and they got to make it quick. So they're not weighing individual powder charges. So there's usually a plus or minus 10% on powder charge pressure that's going to happen with military cartridge. Whereas with civilian rounds, it's usually lower. With hand-loaded stuff that you're measuring every powder charge on, it's way lower. You can get that within like plus or minus 1%. But the thing that the TCC realizes is with 223, with the IMR powder loaded to the spec velocity, you're not going to be capable of getting safe margins. So with that upper 10% bound, you're going to be in a situation where 223 is too hot of a chamber pressure, for the guns and specifically for the cases. You're going to start having case-related failures. This involves cases bulging, splitting, cracking, or more severely, they blow the primer right out of the back of the case. Whenever this happens, the big issue is loose primers get into your gun's action and cause all sorts of hilarious jams. So it's a very serious issue, as well as it's not safe, right? Because it's tending to cause situations where pressure can vent back towards the shooter. It's not good. It's really one step away from your gun blowing up in your hands is pressure signs. It's the signs that your gun's trying to blow up. So that's sort of the big issue. Oh, there we go. So here's our section, the cartridge that nobody wanted to make because of these pressure signs. The other issue is that the IMR powder was made by one supplier. It wasn't made in very large quantities, and it was more expensive than other powders that were available. So IMR powder was not a viable option, is sort of what I'm getting at here. It was not something that they could continue to use the way they were. They were experiencing all sorts of issues with primers popping, cases bulging. They'd have to completely reimagine the way that military ammo was manufactured if they were going to keep using IMR powder. It wasn't something that they could do. And I guess there's a useful note here, right? The TCC was guaranteed a host of future headaches by the reaffirmation of IMR as the only improved propellant, and if they kept the 52,000 psi ceiling on allowable average chamber pressure limits. They either had to step the pressure down, which means they wouldn't be able to get their spec velocity, or they would have to let you use a powder that wasn't the IMR. That's sort of what's that say. So this is something the TCC realizes. There is a problem with IMR. IMR is not an acceptable powder. It can't get you the velocity you need while also ensuring that your rounds are going to be safe to fire. So it's not great. So the TCC sets out to investigate different powders. I believe they end up taking in 3 new submissions. It's this CR8136, HPC10, and the so-called Olin ball powder that Wendigoon refers to it as O&M because the Olin company is known as Olin Matheson Chemical Corporation is the sort of the official name of the company. But I'll refer to it as Olin Ball or WC846 as we continue on here. So initially the TCC didn't want Olin Ball to be used because this specific powder had been used in 308 before, and I guess they sort of felt funky about that, despite the fact that it worked fine in 308. So Olin was asked to justify why they should be allowed to submit their powder for evaluation for alternative powders. So Wendigoon will spin a story about, oh, well, Winchester was buddy-buddy with Springfield, and that's why they let him use the Olin powder. That's not really true, and in fact, they kind of gave Olin a harder time than they gave the other people, despite the fact that WC846 was the best alternative powder available. So Olin shows up, they justify it. This is sort of, I believe this is from their letter justifying it, that they think it's actually quite good, and they plan on testing it. It's gonna do fine. There's an investigation on the different powders. A little table was made up here. So the Army was doing due diligence. They were really paying close attention to, what all was going on as far as pressures in the gun, these sorts of things. They were taking pretty darn good notes, but of note here, in order to get you your 3,200 foot per second velocity, I think 3,250 was sort of what they were supposed to be getting, but around 3,200 is fine. So in order to get you your 3,200 foot per second velocity, IMR's nominal chamber pressure is 54,000 psi. 52,000 is the spec, and anything above that starts to become unsafe. 54,000 is, it's still safe, right? Modern day people will load 223 hot rod loads to 54,000, but remember, we're talking about plus or minus 10% on either side of this. With 52,000 being what it should be, 54,000 being what it is, if you have a round that's 10% on the plus side of that, you're really close to blowing up your gun, and that's not safe, and that's something the TCC was aware of. Meanwhile, you compare that to getting the same velocity out of WC-846, massive difference in chamber pressure. You step chamber pressure down substantially just by using WC-846. This means less wear and tear on guns. This means specifically barrels, but as well as on your locking parts. It's this hands down better powder just looking at this table. One difference though, the port pressure steps up about 1,000 psi. This is ends up being significant. The Army probably should have paid closer attention to this because these tests were being done not in AR-15s. I believe these tests were all done in universal receivers, so they were just taking barrels and hooking pressure testing equipment up to them, because hooking pressure test equipment up to actual guns is tricky. Hooking it up to your dedicated pressure testing equipment is easy. You just start putting these rounds on them and you fire them off. So there is a marked increase in port pressure, and that's gas port pressure. This will be important for later. And so this does go on to talk about the fateful approval of ball powder. It's sort of a fantastical headline here. The book does go on to talk about this at great length, but we'll step through it as Wendigoon does.
Ball powder is called that because, quite literally, when magnified, the powder looks like these tiny spheres. Why did the Army Ordnance decide to change to O&M for seemingly no reason? That's right, money.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because WC-846 wasn't cheap. It was a proprietary powder. Only one company made it. It's just that Winchester had already been, Olin Winchester. Of course, I don't know if Winchester owned, if they were merged yet at this point, so I should take that back. The Olin Corporation at this time was making WC-846 already. It was cheaper than IMR, but it's not like it was like dirty cheap. And the other competitor powders, I believe one of them was a true extruded powder. I don't remember which one of them it was. These two powders were, I believe, each approved provisionally to load military ammo with. Some ammo was loaded with them, but not much, because WC-846 is, it is a hands down clear winner of the powders they tested. It was the best powder to load 223 with.
O&M had been the primary contractor for the military's powder since World War II. And O&M had a ton of this ball powder that was used in things like artillery during World War II.
Okay, this is a massive misunderstanding of how things, of something he read. I'm sure there were artillery rounds loaded with ball powder at some time. The ball powder you'd use to load artillery would not work in an AR-15 at all. It simply would not. The misunderstanding he's taking there is that at this time, Olin's production of WC-846, I guess I should back up. Modern smokeless powder it involves a component known as nitrocellulose. It's sort of the more expensive and more dangerous part of manufacturing modern smokeless powder. Rifle powders are known as double-base nitrocellulose. I don't know that that's super relevant, but the stuff we're talking about here is like a double-base powder. So it's an even more involved process than single-base stuff like you'll find in most pistol smokeless powder. They had this nitrocellulose already, but it was in artillery ammunition. Rather than remanufacture new nitrocellulose, they realized what they could do, and this is something that had gone on for some time. They realized what they could do is take these lots of artillery ammunition, of which they had about 1 guerrillion pounds from World War II production. They could take that ammo and recycle the nitrocellulose from it, right? Because nitrocellulose is soluble. They can get the nitrocellulose out of this old powder and recycle it and use it to load new powder. This isn't bad or unsafe. It can introduce some impurities in the powder and can sort of expand, your plus or minus 10% may be like plus or minus 10, 11 or 12% now, because you've got maybe some impurities that get introduced into the ammo as opposed to using only virgin nitrocellulose in your powder. But it's something safe, and it's something that's gone on for a long time. It's not like Olin was the first company to ever do this, and they were not using artillery powder in 223. They were using nitrocellulose that may have been originally slated for artillery powder in 223, yes. And WC-846 was a powder that was designed around 308, yes, but it's not like they only chose WC-846 because it was the M14 powder or because it was already around. Looking at this chart, right, like without having to pencil in any costs, what any of these things cost or what the actual availability of them was, because again, that was another limiting factor of IMR powder was we knew we needed millions of rounds for the war in Vietnam. DuPont cannot make you that much powder. So for 3 reasons. Can't have enough, kind of costs too much. Also, it's not safe, and not safe, or it doesn't give you the ballistics you want. We know that IMR powder has to be replaced. Replacement has to happen. The Army doesn't unilaterally do this. They sit down and do tests, pretty thorough ones, frankly, and find WC-846 as the best replacement. WC-846 was, yes, used to load 308, but they didn't just pick it because it was used to load 308 and they had some of it sitting around because they weren't about to be using as much 308 as they thought. It's not why that happened. You can look at the chart. That's pretty much all there is to know about that.
So Army Ordnance just tells them to repurpose that for the new Armalite rifle, and what could go wrong? Well, a lot of things could go wrong. For one, the O&M powder had a much larger chamber PSI compared to the previously used IMR powder. As a matter of fact, according to Jim Sullivan, one of the guys who designed the AR-15, it was 10,000 more PSI than the rifle had been originally tested with.
At the same time, the ordnance system was changing the powder. Well, they should have recognized immediately that the thing was firing way too fast. They were getting all kinds of problems, torn rims on the cartridges.
I think we should point out for people who don't recognize what that change in powder did was change the pressure curve in the gun.
Right.
It increased the gas pressure at the gas plant.
It increased to 10,000 psi. It was a tremendous increase. And the rate of fire went from 750 up to around 900. And the gun couldn't fire to that rate. It just didn't work.
Okay, so all respect to Jim Sullivan, but he's not remembering his numbers correctly there. He just plainly isn't. A 10,000 PSI increase in port pressure on an AR-15 probably would have blown gas tubes that you'd see on the original, on the AR-15s of this era. A 10,000 PSI increase would be very substantial. The actual increase we're talking about is 1,000 PSI. Now, that's not nothing, but modern day AR-15s, right? Modern day AR-15, you shoot any of these rounds through it, it will cycle and it will be just fine. I guess it'll cycle and be just fine with an asterisk. The IMR load may pop its primer just because they sometimes did that. Had problems with that. But no, that was not a 10,000 PSI difference in port pressure. And Wendigoon goes on to misunderstand and say that Jim Sullivan was talking about chamber pressure. No, of these, right, WC-846 could actually tolerate a 10,000 PSI increase in chamber pressure and be safer than where the IMR powder regularly was with its plus or minus 10%, which is terrifying when you think about it, that the IMR powder was like running a proof load, potentially like running a proof load, an overpressure load through your gun every time you fired it. It's not safe. Meanwhile, 846, markedly lower pressure, much better option in that regard. It did increase port pressure by about 1,000 PSI, reduced chamber pressure, though, substantially, and that is significant.
It does a lot of things. For one, the explosion is much bigger than what the rifle is tuned for.
No.
This causes extra wear and damage to all of the parts the explosion encounters.
No. WC-846 having lower chamber pressure means that everything that the actual primary explosion encounters is going to be a lot less than the number, big number, little number, big number, little number, big number. The issue with WC-846 is that this, I'll jump the shark a little bit. This increase in port pressure, while it seems relatively minor, caused the guns to cycle much faster than they should have. about a 200 round per minute increase, which is pretty substantial. I won't cut completely to the chase to explain why that is yet. We will get to it here soon. But this nominal increase in port pressure ended up seeing a pretty drastic increase in cyclic rate. But that's not the ammo's problem. It's not the TCC's problem. That's the gun design problem, right? The gun was not designed with what is frankly a not very large increase. It's large in terms of the original gun was obviously affected by it. When we're talking about modern AR-15s, you can buy 2 different brands of ammo off the shelf, and one's going to be here and one's going to be here, and that's just how it is. It's normal these days that you run into this sort of variation. It's something that happens. The idea that it's 10,000 psi or that there's more wear with the WC-846 isn't true until you look at that increased cyclic rate does cause parts to beat themselves up much faster, really. So that certainly was true. But again, not something that the Army planned whenever it's not like the Army planned, we have to replace the IMR powder that Stoner and everybody else originally planned on because it sucks, and we're going to replace it with one that is better in every way except for the fact that it's got more port pressure. I don't think that's the case.
On top of that, because, again, the explosion is greater, you're throwing the bolt back into the gun at greater speed.
Again, a misunderstanding of pressure curves here. The explosion, in terms of peak PSI, is much lower, substantially lower. But the WC-846 powder burns slower. And this is something he mentions in the video. That slower burn rate means that you've got more pressure going on by the time the pressure reaches the gas port.
This means internally, everything is flying around faster and leading to more malfunctions. A common malfunction seen out of the weapon during this time is that the rim of the brass casing, the part that the extractor grabs onto to pull the old casing out of the gun, would get completely ripped off. Meaning the only way to now unjam the gun is to shove something down the barrel to knock the old casing out.
It's true that this was a failure that did show up in a lot of... I don't want to say a lot. It's true that this is a failure that showed up in AR-15s. Most of the stoppages that happen with AR-15s were not this. It's true that this is a very serious stoppage. It's probably the second most, I guess, in order, an actual critical failure of the gun, so it's never going to work again. Probably most serious stoppage. Parts breakage, that's repairable. It's probably the next most serious stoppage. After that, a case separation. So you've got half of your case still stuck in the chamber, but the other half you did extract. Probably the next most serious. And probably after that, you've got a torn rim or a ripped rim like you see here, where you're going to have to use a ramrod to get that round out of the chamber. It's something that happens with other guns, like Garand's will have it happen too. It's not exclusive to AR-15s that are using this powder by any means. Additionally, the whole case rim tear-off issues that were happening weren't just limited to the WC-846 powder. It was happening with the IMR powder too. The reason it was happening had more to do with corroded chambers than anything, and there's some debate and controversy over whether WC-846 powders caused more chamber, allowed for more chamber corrosion than IMR did. I've seen data both ways, but there is at least one Army report that specifically says that the IMR was worse about it. So it's one of those things where it's hard to say, but certainly in either case, it's not a fault of one powder or the other that there were cases getting their rims torn off. Did it happen? Yes, certainly. Was it very common? Not super common. It was again an issue that, I guess, it was a combination of issue with the guns. They could have benefited from chrome lining, but all of our guns in World War II didn't have that either. Our Garand's anyway didn't. And they were also serving in humid, wet climates. But the difference there is that troops were properly instructed on use of cleaning kits, and cleaning kits were in ready supply. With the AR-15, this wasn't the case. We'll talk more about why that was later, but it wasn't an act of negligence or hate on the Army's part. It wasn't malevolent.
Remember how I said the AR-15 would fire full auto at about 750 rounds per minute? Well, with this new powder, it was getting more like 900 rounds per minute, with some reports saying that it reached 1,000. That's not good if your rifle is firing 25% faster than it was designed for. Something's probably going wrong. Another issue with this new powder is that it burns slower. While relative to our perception, most modern smokeless powder probably seems instantaneous, right? You pull a trigger and the whole bang goes off at once. Well, keep in mind, within a fully automatic rifle, everything is happening within micro instants of each other. So even if the powder is continuing to ignite and burn a few thousandths of a second longer than it typically does, well, that means a lot of the parts internally on the gun could be moved around, and that could cause unforeseen side effects. One of those being the powder would continue to burn after the bolt had moved back from the chamber. Basically, your gun is beginning to cycle as the powder's still burning, meaning your gas key, the gas tube, all this area that normally isn't exposed to burning powder is now exposed.
That's not really how that works. The powder burn is done pretty quickly after the round has left the barrel, right? At that point, the powder's not really burning anymore. That's the thing, right? The muzzle flash that you're seeing is that powder you're hitting open air, like surplus oxygen, because gunpowder brings its own oxidizer, which is how it burns when it's sealed in a case and sealed in a barrel where there isn't oxygen. But whenever it hits open oxygen, that's what your muzzle flash is, right? It's the last of its burning off. It's its last gasp. There isn't the higher port pressure of WC-846 loaded 223 wasn't like causing fire to jet out of the action of AR-15s. It wasn't causing the action to open while there was still powder burn. Certainly wasn't causing the action to still open while powder burn was going on, because that if an AR-15 is in that situation, it will consistently rip rims off for different reasons than the chamber being corroded. Though the chamber being corroded does tend to make that happen more. So it's a cause and effect chicken and egg sort of thing to some extent there, but the notion that WC-846 was making it extract while powder burn was still going on it's kind of farcical. By the time the bullet is out of the barrel, pressure in the system has dropped down to 4-digit pressures. If there is still pressure to be found, it's much lower. The slower burn rate of WC-846 wasn't a question of, there's too much latent pressure in the chamber. It wasn't even really a question of, the gun's trying to extract way too early. It was, really a combination of, the gun's trying to extract a little earlier, but more so it was trying to extract at a significantly higher velocity, right? The gun was, you're trying to jerk the case out of the chamber instead of slowly pull it. And if you can sort of imagine, grabbing a doorknob and trying to yank a shut door, or a door that's shut tight open. If you yank on it, and your hand's slippery, let's say, your hand may be likely to slip off of it. Whereas if you keep the same tightness of grip, but then pull slowly, it's not going to slip out from underneath your grip. Same sort of a thing going on here, is that it's really got to do with the velocity that the gun's opening that was having most of these issues pop up. The reason the velocity was higher was, again, because the port pressure was increased. However, that's something the gun should have been able to stomach, and we'll get to that. Hopefully by next time I pause, I'll be able to address that.
Which, as you could imagine, causes corrosion, causes damage, causes all sorts of problems. Now, if all of these things happened in a vacuum, we could see it as just negligence, right? If the military adopted a new rifle and then wanted some changes to make it like the old ways, and then used powder they had lying around, we could understand, as long as they understand the issues as they come to light, right? I mean, even if you're going to use the old powder because you refuse to spend money on new powder, accommodate the rifle for that. There are 2 acts of deception.
So they did accommodate the rifle for that. In fact, they accommodated the rifle for that in lightning fast speed in terms of gun development timeline. By the time the ball powder was adopted, I believe it was within a year, maybe a year and a half, that they had the new buffer design, which is what fixed this powder problem. So the AR-15, all the way back to its original design, had used what was known as the Edgewater buffer. It was very poorly designed. It was extremely lightweight, and it had like a collapsible spring ring system that was meant to. It was really pseudoscientific. I hate to say it, but there was some pseudoscience going on with it, where it's like, it reduces the recoil because it's a shock absorber. Not really, but okay. What it really meant is that system was relatively underweight. The reciprocating mass of the gun being underweight makes it less tolerant of changes in port pressure. This is essentially a question of inertia and momentum together, right? Because inertia and momentum are related, like math and science are related. It's very cool. The relatively low reciprocating mass of the gun means that when you have a bigger difference in port pressure, right? Let's say you've got 1,000 psi difference in port pressure. The gun with a lighter reciprocating mass system will see a larger increase in opening velocity than a gun that has a heavier reciprocating mass system. Meanwhile, both guns, heavy and light, are going to be able to cycle with the lesser pressure. It's not really a question of will they be able to cycle, yes or no. They're both going to be able to cycle, but the question is how violently are they going to cycle? Heavier reciprocating mass means it's going to cycle, it's going to open slower. And that's sort of what you want, is the slower you can get the action to open, the better it's going to be. It's easier primary extraction is going to be. There's going to be less of a tendency to rip cases up and more of a tendency to get them out of the chamber in one piece without deforming them as you would prefer to do. It's important to keep in mind the timeline, again, of when all this was happening. Most of these issues can be explained by the lack of chrome chambers and the inconsistent cleaning kit availability and use, was causing guns to, at this point, start to get corroded chambers, which would then cause these problems. Additionally, it was found that the Edgewater buffer systems, the original buffer design, in addition to being underweight, could get water in it, and when it got water in it, it would cause the gun to run poorly, cause the gun to lock up, cause the gun to have excess friction, all sorts of bad stuff happening as a result of the original buffer design. It was bad. So they knew they needed a new buffer design. That new buffer design was incorporated in terms of gun development time span really quick, because like by the time they know it's really an issue, they have it fixed in 2 years? 1-2 years? It's really, really fast. Certainly not indicative of, if the Army is trying to sabotage this gun, if they're really trying to sink it, they just don't fix it. They'd never fix it. They'd go, okay, that sucks. It's an unfixable problem. We know no one can figure out how to make this gun work. It's changed one part that was never designed very well from the very beginning. Just change that one part. It's certainly not indicative of an Army that's out to sabotage things. And again, the powders were tested. It wasn't a unilateral change. Powders were tested. Things were known. I would say the negligence on the part of the Army, the closest the Army comes to actual negligence, is the fact that they did see an increase in port pressure and they just went, okay, that's neat about it. They didn't see this and go, okay, we need to get 100 AR-15s from Colt and test WC-846 side by side with IMR in the guns to see what that actually means for us. Because had they done that, they probably would have caught these issues. But again, back to the timeline. At the time this is happening, the U.S. Army is drafting hundreds of thousands of people to go and fight in Vietnam. It doesn't have enough guns for all of them. If it's assuming it can't buy any more AR-15s, it doesn't have enough guns for them. Sort of by this time frame, it's kind of obvious Spew isn't going to actually give a real gun. It's just a nonsense waste of money. So they've got no M14. They've got no Spew. They've got AR-15s sitting around, though. But they need a lot more of them, and they need a lot more of them now. And they need a lot more ammo for them now. IMR isn't good. It's bad powder. Creates unsafe rounds. Can't make enough of them anyway, even if it was safe. Need a replacement powder. That's WC-846. They need more guns. That's the AR-15. They're not testing them together is not really excusable. It's pretty much at that point of like it's probably negligent. They probably should have tested it better. But their option, right, if they wait to test this stuff and they find out it's a problem, what that means is they're not delivering AR-15s for a year, maybe 2, because they know it's a problem. Or they're not delivering ammo for a year or 2, and they're using the unsafe ammo that they can't get enough of anyway. Neither of these are acceptable, right? They cannot do this. I guess you could argue maybe they could have looked overseas and done a one-time buy of FALs or something just to tide them over. They could have started issuing large numbers of M2 carbines or gone back to Garens and issued those, but again, these are all really, really bad options. Compared to just issuing AR-15s and knowing some of them will have issues, the AR-15s is probably the least risky option. Whether or not the Army actually went through and did this analysis is unclear, but in retrospect, it's difficult to just outright condemn them for having made these choices. if you ask me. Using, after having read through the Black Rifle, knowing what was most relevant, the most relevant information at the time, I don't think that there was a massive mistake made in doing so. The gun was going to have teething problems. It was, the AR-15 was dealt the ultimate injustice of having to have its teething problems play out in the middle of a rather large-scale war, which was really the gun's first outing. The gun didn't have the benefit of 10 years of mucking around. Like, the FAL had more than 10 years even of really mucking around. The M14 had 10 years of mucking around, and it didn't even get any better. The AR-15 had two years, give or take, of actual product improvement before it was in mass production for this contract. That's a really, really narrow time span. And the fact that the gun was able to salvage that is a massive testament to two things. The AR-15's design being as modular as it was, and the TCC, which by this point was essentially the shots were being called by the Army through the TCC. The TCC's ability to work to fix the gun in a situation where they could have sabotaged it if that's what anybody actually wanted to do.
On the Army Ordnance's part that cannot be overlooked. For one, the AR-15 spec sheet. So the Army Ordnance approves the AR-15 for early military testing, like in the field testing, under the designation of the XM16E1.
And again, as I explained earlier, this is just a thing the Army does, right? Is they wanted to call it an X. A big part, this is something that the branches have done. They call things X before, while it's provisionally adopted, I guess you could call it, while it's in use being issued, but they haven't figured out all of its corresponding documentation yet, and they want to do that first. Additionally, the thing that made this really weird was the AR-15 was really the first big notable example of a gun that was being bought as furnished by private industry. And, the government had sourced guns from private industry plenty of times before. The 1911 is probably like the most clear example of this, but the government was essentially dictating everything that happened with that gun. They were deeply involved in the design of it, the manufacture of it as well. This is not the case with the AR-15. They had less to do with the AR-15 than any small arm I'm familiar with that they had adopted in large number up to that point. So it was a different thing for them. Thus why the XM designation sticks around for a pretty long time.
The X meaning experimental, again saying it's not officially adopted yet, it's just in the early phases of experimentation. As a part of the spec sheet for the XM16E1, spec sheets are effectively like base standards for military weaponry. Like if you're going to have a different company make a gun, or if there's going to be some standard the rifles have to meet, the Ordnance Department would set what that standard is. In the spec sheet that the Army Ordnance created, it says that the rifle must have a muzzle velocity of 3,250 feet per second, and it has to have a PSI of 52,000. Now earlier I said that chamber pressures within ARs are like 50,000 because that's what they are in the modern sense, with some changes to ammo and stuff we'll talk about later. That was not what the AR-15 was during this stage of testing.
It absolutely was what the AR-15 was in this stage of testing, unequivocally. IMR was actually north of 52,000 PSI to get you what you wanted. The reason this wasn't really discovered or a big issue with the Armalite guns is because they were paying close attention to ammo manufacture at this point, because it was all relatively low rate production, and because they were using high quality components. Again, because this is relatively low rate production, and they don't want the ammo to be the bad factor. They're testing the guns, not the ammo. By the time they get around to like, okay, now we're going to test what this ammo actually means, they're like, well, shit, IMR is not an acceptable powder. So there's I guess another misunderstanding happening here.
It was more like 40,000 plus.
No, 40,000. No, absolutely fucking not. You were never, ever getting 3,200 foot per second from IMR loaded 223 at 40,000 PSI. Never, ever. Not from a 24-inch barrel. Never, ever. And of course, when we're talking about 20-inch barrels here, so even less velocity. From a 24-inch, from a 26-inch barrel, right? Maximum velocity you're going to get out of it. Never going to happen.
The AR-15 never fired at 3,250 feet per second.
It did. It absolutely did. And I suppose we can have to haggle. We could have to get in the mud and wrestle about this one. The spec was 3,250. 3,224 at 70 degrees Fahrenheit is 3,250 as far as the military is concerned. They've got standards for how velocity actually has to be measured and all these sorts of things. But for all intents and purposes, both of these loads are giving you your 3250. This powder actually is giving you just a little bit north of what these two were. I believe the story with the CR 8136 powder, with it, why is its number so low? I believe that it was loaded to maximum capacity, so they put as much of this powder into the case as they could, and that's all that you can squeeze out of it is 3205. So that, this powder, I think they did load with it. I think it was provisionally adopted. I don't think it should have been, and in fact, it wasn't manufactured in large quantities, because it doesn't actually meet what you need. But to the notion that 3250 was never achieved, it absolutely was achieved. Especially whenever you got up to 52,000 allowed with WC 846, you could bump this up north of 3250, no problem, should you want to.
It fired at more like 3,100 feet per second, at least.
So so he's getting the 3,100 number. So where that actually comes from. Back up here to our chapter on the round nobody wanted to make. You could load, so if you load IMR 4475, where 52,000 PSI is the ceiling, so that's the plus of your 10%, you get 3,150 foot per second. That's where the 3,150 foot per second comes from, is that IMR was not capable of getting you the velocity that you needed.
Trials. So why did the Army Ordnance create this seemingly incorrect spec sheet? Well, because that's how the gun performs when it's loaded with O&M powder.
Okay, just to jump over here real quick, back to the black rifle. Here's the Air Force adoption of the AR-15. This is the Model 01 spec sheet, USAF manual. This is before the Army's really touched this gun much at all. Never 3250, right? And again, approximate, because 3225 is 3250 as far as they're concerned, but it's not 3150. So far as I can tell, the original 222 rim special loads, right, before it was called 223, were also in this realm. I believe the spec was always 3250. I don't think it was ever 3150. I just haven't seen that expressed anywhere. There is discussion whenever we start looking at the IMR powder and it having its chamber pressure problems. You've sort of got two options you can do. You can deal with an increased chamber pressure spec, which really wasn't safe because it meant that you're going to start popping primers and you're just going to deal with cases that were going to be capable of bulging one on the upper end of 10% pressure. That's not safe. The cartridge that they had based the 222, the 223 on was 222 Remington. 222 Remington's case was not designed to handle these sorts of pressures. So you're putting yourself in an unsafe situation if you go with increased chamber pressure. It wasn't going to happen. Your other option, you reduce the muzzle velocity. This was considered clearly, but the issue is you sort of abandon a little bit of the lethality that you were originally trying to chase down from the high velocity cartridge by intentionally nerfing your own round because of the fact that you're using a subpar, a non-optimal powder. All sorts of things were looked at as far as different bullet shapes. So we can see here in this section, they investigated different profiles, different shapes of bullets to see if they could get away with their, so if they bite the bullet, right, if they take the knockdown in velocity to have IMR loaded to a safe pressure, could they design a better bullet to make it so at 300 yards, the better bullet design is going to be moving at the same velocity as the previous worser bullet design at the, with the better bullet design being fired at the reduced velocity at the muzzle. So that was something that they investigated. I don't believe they'd this is all very conjectural stuff, and sort of the thing that they ended up doing was WC 846 and not messing around with the dog shit powder. But again, we're back here to this section, the round nobody wanted to make, because you couldn't get the spec velocity without going over on pressure. It wasn't because the spec velocity changed. In fact, they were entertaining reducing the spec velocity to tolerate the fact that the initial powder, not one Army picked, the one that Eugene Stoner picked, was not a great powder. And somewhere in the Black Rifle, there's a quote from Eugene Stoner where essentially what he says is, it can't be possible that my first pick of cartridge, powder, and primer was the right one. Certainly, there's got to be a better combination, and true enough, there was.
Like I said earlier, the O&M powder causes a higher pressure amount in the gun, again, contributing to the higher fire rate and stuff like that. And it, at the same time, pushes out the bullet about 150 feet per second faster, which is a cool idea in isolation, but not when it causes all the malfunctions I talked about earlier.
So this isn't, again, this is like sort of a misunderstanding. The IMR powder could push the bullets out at a lesser velocity when loaded to the same pressure compared to WC-846. IMR could never make the spec velocity without being over the spec pressure. WC-846 could. This isn't like a, oh look, isn't that neat sort of thing. It's like IMR is not a sufficient powder, right? It's not safe to get the velocities you want. WC-846 is.
But what this meant is now, since that was the official spec sheet, no one could go back to the IMR ammo.
This also isn't really true. The IMR powder was still used past the point that WC-846 was introduced. Oh, man. At some point I found a report that talked about when IMR powder, because at first they pulled IMR powder from combat and it was only used stateside, and then eventually they pulled it altogether, like no more of this is being made, thank you please. It was not ever a question of, the Army put their foot down and said it has to be 3250. I mean, that's what the spec sheet was. That's what the ammo should have been loaded to. It was the IMR powder was the bad one.
Think about that. The gun is developed with ammo from basically your friends or the company you've worked with a while, their competitor. So you take in that ammo and then you take in your buddies that runs a bit hotter and you make the baseline what your buddies is so that the competition gets canceled out.
That's, again, like a fundamental misunderstanding. Hopefully with everything I've said, it's clear and I don't have to rehash that. That's A, not what happened, B, not how that works, and C, not how that worked, as in the way history actually played out, the way the facts actually are. It's not true. Winchester was initially being gatekept by the TCC with their powder offering and had to justify being allowed to even submit it. Turns out it was actually pretty darn good. That wasn't that's the facts of the matter are at odds with what's being presented here.
As you can imagine, they didn't tell Eugene Stoner or anyone else who helped develop the rifle about them changing the powder until it already happened. And then according to Eugene,
I don't know about anybody else because the entire TCC knew. Right? Everybody who was tuned in to what was happening with the AR-15 knew. They also all knew that the IMR powder was insufficient. Stoner was never a official member of the TCC, but was involved in a lot of the happenings. By his recount, nobody ever told him that the powder spec was changing. Maybe possible, maybe he's not remembering. He was doing a lot of other stuff besides, trying to babysit the AR-15. So it's entirely reasonable for him to have forgot it if it was mentioned to him. But certainly at any rate, it's not like the Army just unilaterally went and changed this. I can't stress that enough.
Stoner, a representative came to him and asked if they should switch the powder. And Stoner says no. And the guy's like, well, we already did it. Eugene Stoner said, so why are you asking me now? And he said, I would have felt better if you had approved of the package. And Stoner said, well, now we both don't feel so good. Because Stoner...
That is a quote, and I believe that is documented inside the Black Rifle. Again, Stoner's own words here, right, should make it pretty clear. He was fairly hands-off with the AR-15 by this point. And, he's in his private correspondence, right? He admitted that the combination that he had picked for 223 wouldn't have been the best one because he designed it in like all of a couple of weeks. It was very little time. And that particular loading continued to be used for years without anybody fully realizing until the TCC was evaluating it. It is not the right powder to use. There is certainly a better powder option out there. I imagine Stoner's quote that Wendigoon points to is more one of Stoner saying, in the context of asking a gun designer, can you just willy-nilly change powders and not have to check it? No, you cannot do that. Shouldn't do that anyway. There should be some analysis undertaken. However, that analysis happened. The Army TCC did that analysis. It was done. The 1,000 foot per second difference in port pressure is probably something they should have taken better note of. However, the fact that they didn't take note of it isn't negligent. Frankly, it's just really not negligent, because the numbers are very close, and in a properly designed gun, it shouldn't make a big difference. And whenever you go and look at the actual failure rates of the AR-15, the introduction of ball powder didn't really increase it very much at all. In fact, the introduction of ball powder saw the trend, right, the number of failures increasing on a year-over-year basis, blunted. It decreased instead of increased, as you would maybe expect with the whole everybody blaming the powder nonsense.
The owner knows what happens when you load the wrong powder through the rifle. It's going to get people killed. And even more egregious than that is what the Army Ordnance did with Colt. In 1964, Colt was trying to produce rifles to the Army Ordnance specifications to try to make a big group order, but they were having a lot of issues. Colt said that when testing the rifles with the IMR ammo, there was a negligible amount of misfires. Pretty much never happened. Whereas with the ball powder, it was a 50% chance of failure. And in direct side-by-side full auto comparisons, the ball powder had 6 times the failure rate as the IMR powder.
Now, the failures they're talking about here are not going to be stuck cases. The failures that they're talking about here is like hammer follow in full auto, or the bolt bouncing causing the hammer not to strike the firing pin square, which causes the gun not to fire. Right, the gun just goes dead, and you have to rack the gun in order to get it to fire again. That's the failures that were associated with ball powder being used because of the fact that the buffer system was not designed well at all. With the improved buffer, right, this issue goes away completely. So that's something worth keeping in mind.
At one point, Colt was so desperate, they just had a trial where they said, okay, we're going to take a bunch of rifles, and we're just going to see if we can get them to shoot below 850 rounds per minute. And 60% failed.
This is true. That did happen. The WC-846 powder did make the guns run too fast. And the TCC was responsible for granting Colt multiple variances where it was like, okay, we don't care if it shoots too fast. We don't care if it shoots too fast. You can chalk this up to negligence, but again, keep the timeline in mind. The U.S. military needs rifles, and they need them now. They don't need them in 6 months once you've figured out what's wrong with them. It's really a choice of, is it better to send them AR-15s that may be at risk of malfunctioning, or to give them M1 Garands? Because by this point, the M14's done. It's gone. We're not making any more of those. The ones that we've got are the ones that we've got, and they're not great. Are we going to give them M2 carbines? Are we going to give them M1 Garands? Or are we going to give them AR-15s that have a reasonable probability of misfiring at some point? Most specifically when fired on full auto. The Army made their choice. Maybe they hadn't weighed these factors in these terms, as I'm putting them to you now. But if they did, I think they made the reasonable choice. As tough as it is to say, the somewhat less reliable gun is going to be the better option than the hideously outdated one.
So they go to Army Ordnance and say, this is absurd. We're not hitting any reliability standards with the ammo that you want to make this feet per second happen. It just can't be done. So the Army Ordnance tells Colt that they can use whatever powder they want to get the reliability data. So Colt runs the XM16.
Okay, so the Army Ordnance, he's using interchangeably what he should be using a TCC. The TCC had Army Ordnance members on it and was oversaw by TCC. Or was oversaw by Ordnance, right? The TCC was oversaw by Army Ordnance. They're not the same thing, though, because the TCC's job is to make sure that this process moves smoothly, that there aren't hang-ups, and that the U.S. military gets its stupid rifles and its stupid ammo. They did give Colt a number of variances that that certainly without any context, it's negligent, right? With no other context, what they were doing was extremely negligent. Absolutely should not have been done. However, in context, like I just explained, what them saying, no, we're not going to take these rifles from you, Colt, until we figure out what the issue is and fix it, means that there's a year of no deliveries of AR-15s. It's not something that the military could afford at this point in time. They had to keep taking deliveries, because you shut down the production line for a year and you won't take any new rifles from Colt. Colt's got to make money. They can't not make rifles for a year. That's not something that they're able to do. So it's one of these situations where you have to build momentum, and if that momentum is built while you're stumbling and falling all flat on your face, at least you've moved forward, and it's that forward progression that is important.
With all of this IMR powder to get its specs for how the rifle performs, and then sells it to Army Ordnance, who then promptly fills the ammo with the ball powder. 100%, no way to sugarcoat it, fraud.
I do want to point out, he's alleged at least one time by now in the video, the Army was the one loading ball powder. It's not true. They didn't unilaterally come up with the decision to use it. They were not responsible for loading it. They weren't responsible for certifying or qualifying it. That was done by the ammo manufacturers. They let ammo manufacturers use this powder, yes. Ammo manufacturers load this powder, yes. They're responsible for making sure, between the two of them, right? They're responsible for making sure the thing that they're making is actually what's being asked for, right? It's correct pressures, correct velocities, these sorts of things. It wasn't the Army unilaterally doing this at all. They weren't the ones making this ammo.
Government is looking for evidence that the guns they're sending overseas will not get their soldiers killed. So you switch the ammo when it's convenient for you in order to turn a profit, or at least turn a profit for your friends. And then when that powder isn't working, use the one you're supposed to be using and then switch back for the actual shipment. Now there's debate as to...
It's important to keep in mind, right? Remember the timelines. If WC-846 was not approved, even if the rifles were continued to be manufactured at the rate that Colt was capable of, you wouldn't have had ammo for them. Right. That previous snippet he had showed, where it had talked about that essentially 9/10 of the ammo was WC-846. It's pretty representative of how much powder DuPont was physically capable of making. It was nowhere near enough. That the options were you use WC-846 and you use the AR-15, knowing they've got issues, or you find something else to do. Like maybe not be involved in Vietnam. I guess that was an option that was totally unrealistic. That's the least realistic option here, but probably would have been the smartest one.
If Colt was culpable in this or not. Because there is a chance that Colt was told, okay, fine, the powder's unreliable, just use the good stuff and then we'll switch over to that. So Colt runs the test at the behest of the Army because who are they to say otherwise, and all is well. I think they are because of something I'll talk about in the end, but I can tell you who 100% definitely knew better, and that's the Army Ordnance Department. To have that level of data, that the guns are going to mess up, that someone is going to get hurt, and then to smudge the numbers so that you can get this contract through is diabolical.
Again, the question should be, what's their option? They've really only got worse options, frankly speaking. As well as, they're aware of the fact that the guns have these bolt bounce problems, right? But they're not overtly aware of this until ball powder is being issued. And the time between ball powder being issued and the new buffer being implemented is a really, really short time span in terms of gun development. It was fixed very quickly, and it was fixed comprehensively, right? It's they went and found all of the guns that had the old buffers and had armorers fix them in country. Guns were fixed. So the idea that the Army was somehow like it had the fix in for the AR-15, it's just bizarre, right? Because if at any point along the way they were actually trying to sabotage it, they would prevent the new buffer from being implemented. It wouldn't have happened, right? No new buffer design. Sorry, it can't be fixed. If they were interested in really sabotaging the gun, here's how you do it. You don't qualify WC-846. You refuse to qualify a different powder. You force the Army itself, Air Force as well, the U.S. military, to find different guns and different ammo. That's how you stop the AR-15. Instead, they proactively seek out a powder that's going to let them continue to use the gun. I'm sorry, but the notion that it was, this is the sabotage angle, it's just nonsense. It's made up. It's not true.
330,000 rifles were bought from Colt and shipped over under this pretense. And O&M was about 90% of all gunpowder that was in Vietnam during the war.
You have to ask yourself why that was, and the answer is because they didn't have enough IMR. How about this? They couldn't have loaded all of those rounds with IMR because it wouldn't have been safe. You couldn't get your spec velocity. But you even assuming that wasn't the issue, right? They couldn't make enough of it. We needed that 100 million rounds of ammo. DuPont could give you 10 million of those rounds of ammo. You're going to have to get the rest from somewhere, and WC-846 was the best option.
So we outright have government officials turning a blind eye, doing whatever they can to turn a profit over and over again at the behest of human lives. And what happened? Well, people died. See, the average American soldier had no idea this was going on. By 1965, when the conflict really kicked up, they liked the M16s to carry around because, again, compared to the M14, it was really lightweight and you could carry a lot more ammo. But every time an XM16E1 was taken into combat, there were problems. For one, another issue that I didn't mention up until now is...
I don't know about every time. While we're delving into like military stories and anecdotes, We Were Soldiers, right? The movie tells the story of the battle. I'm going to have to Google it because I want to make sure I get it right. It's We Were Soldiers, which is about the Battle of La Drang Valley. There's probably a better way to pronounce that if you speak the language, but XM16E1s featured massively there, right? There's a great big. It was really the first time for the AR-15 to prove itself in combat since, I guess the early Colt trials. But this is much larger scale than that, right? It's the U.S. is really kicking off the war in Vietnam in this battle. It's a tough battle for the United States, outnumbered and surrounded. It may have been Hal Moore was the colonel that was in that fight. He attributed the fact that they all didn't get killed to the fact that they had the AR-15. It doesn't get any more coherent than that, right? No stories about everybody with their guns disassembled around them that couldn't possibly work. Olin ball powder almost certainly was present at the Battle of La Drang Valley. I can't say that for a fact, but if you look at the numbers with which the ammo was... If you look at the ammo manufacturer numbers, right, 9 out of every 10 rounds of 223 going to be the Olin ball. Olin ball is being used almost certainly at La Drang Valley. So, without a doubt, the AR-15, as the XM16E1, was commended, right, for its use in La Drang Valley, which was 1965, right? And if we look at our plot of AR-15 failures, it's right about the time they're at their peak in terms of the reports of failures, the overall malfunction rates as it was recorded. And this is after the introduction of ball powder. No reports of the guns having these fundamental issues, right? Certainly, if the guns had issues where it's as substantial as some later reports claim, and that experience was endemic of the XM16E1, La Drang Valley would have been a lot worse for us than it was. Again, Hal Moore points to that rifle as being sort of the saving grace of the American forces in that battle. I think that means something.
During World War II in the Pacific Campaign, we saw that one of the biggest problems is that rifles that were just like on a soldier's shoulder or hanging out at camp or something like that would get water damage or would get like dirt or sand inside of the chamber, and that would cause corrosion, which would cause problems with the weapon. An easy fix for this is to chrome line the chamber. Chrome is very resistant to corrosion, and it is a very slick surface for material. So if you just chrome line the inside of the rifle's chamber, most of that corrosion will fix itself. The Army took a look at this offer and said, nah.
So this is an interesting one. Eugene Stoner in Department of Defense was the one who said no. The Army, I don't know that said one way or the other, But no, the omission of chrome was a Department of Defense and Eugene Stoner thing, because it didn't have chrome lining. The Air Force didn't have chrome lining from the beginning. They had chrome-plated bolt carriers and bolts early on, which will provide some corrosion resistance, but the most important corrosion resistance is going to be in your chamber. And that was ignored, right? It was completely ignored on the original guns. It was not a feature of the early AR-15s. In military service, the M16s and XM16E1s, it just wasn't there. It does eventually get added to both the M16 and the M16A1. It does find its way into the guns. The justification for it is a little bit screwy. Colt's reasoning for not, I think Colt didn't even quote what it would cost to have chrome lining and barrels done, because the excuse that I've seen cited many times is that the technology for chrome lining 22 caliber bores didn't exist. I don't know if that means that most companies just didn't have the tooling to do it, because the technology isn't fundamentally different either way. So I'm assuming it's actually just, that's a misunderstood version of most companies didn't have the tooling to do 22 caliber chrome lining, so it didn't get done. And so it wasn't even an option, really, I should say. So that's sort of where that story goes. It wasn't the Army saying, nah, fuck that, we're not doing that. Department of Defense didn't see it necessary, and Stoner didn't see it necessary. And frankly, it's not all that necessary, because the Garans we had in World War II were not chrome lined. They didn't have these fundamental rusting problems, and the M1 Garand is not tolerant of rough chambers at all, because it extracts extremely violently. It's not a big fan of rusty, crusty chambers. Tight chamber at all, it's going to have trouble. The Garand will leave rounds in the chamber, right? It will have the case rims get tore off too. It's just a thing. It's a fact. The Garand didn't have this problem fundamentally speaking, though, because the instructions and issuance of cleaning kits in World War II was handled much better than it was with the AR-15. Again, remember, the AR-15 wasn't meant to be anything but a stopgap rifle. So it was adopted before there were cleaning kits for it, before there were instruction manuals for it, before there was clear, coherent armorer's information for the gun even. It was just sort of thrown out there. There wasn't enough time for it to really get in the position it needed to be. It just so happened that it getting thrown out there also coincided with our involvement in a new war, which turned pretty large scale pretty quickly. It was really a perfect storm of bad stuff happening for the AR-15.
That would cost money. And instead, knowing full well what could happen, because again, it happened before during World War II, just shipped them out to see how bad it could go. At the beginning of the war, in nearly every gunfight, there are dozens of accounts of soldiers dying due to jammed rifles.
This is from the Atlantic article. They find, most of this all cites back to one magazine article. I think it was in Time magazine that was done at the time, where there was an an anti-war journalist who was probably also anti-gun. But the more important thing here is they were anti-war journalist who was naturally opposed, right, to the U.S. involvement in the country, and was trying to make everything that happened there look bad. After one night of battling, she was embedded with Marines. After one night of battling, she reported that 20 Marines or whatever had died. Lots of AR-15s jammed, blah, blah, blah. Got pictures of the dead Marines and stuff. Didn't get pictures of any of these jammed rifles that were taken apart sitting on the ground. She writes at length about how the gun's a dog, it's unreliable, it's the worst. No pictures of the guns. Pictures of everything else. No pictures of the guns. I find that suspect, right? Because you're missing hard evidence. I'm not saying guns never jammed. I'm not saying guns didn't jam in that battle. I'm not saying there was never an instance of a guy getting killed because his AR-15 M16 jammed. However, for every one of those stories where it's like it was a dog, it didn't do us any good, you find a story like from Ladrang Valley, where it's like, wow, this is the only thing that saved us. We're so happy we had these fucking guns, as opposed to M14s or M2 carbines or any of that sort of stuff. So that's sort of the hiccup there. That, yeah, you can find a lot of sources that say it was a dog, but then whenever you go and evaluate the human factors behind these sorts of stories, you have a bunch of draftees who are given their little plastic feeling gun that doesn't recoil very much, and all sorts of stories abound. Like, there's stories about the fact that, it doesn't kill enemies when you hit them. And this somehow ends up morphing into, it wasn't designed to kill them. When in reality, what doesn't kill them when you hit them is actually because you missed them. You shot a round that just went straight past them, and they hear that round miss them, and they hit the ground. And you mistake them hitting the ground for cover as them hitting the ground because they got shot. So when they get up 5 minutes later, you're suddenly very worried about, your gun's not capable of killing. Well, that's not true. That's not how that works at all. But these stories similarly crop up around the reliability of guns, where, your buddy had a gun that jammed, and so it becomes a very catchy story for you and the low morale crew. Understandably, right? You're understandably complaining about everything because you were drafted to go to a country that you didn't want to go to and do awful things. So you make up stories, or you aggrandize stories of like everyone's gun jammed and all of them died, and then they gave me $100 bill, and then that $100 bill's name, Albert Einstein. Not to take away from actual instances of this happening, but there are more reports of this happening than there is hard evidence of this happening. Anytime you find yourself in that sort of a situation, you should stop and figure what's the motivation of the speaker in this case. Well, in this case, they're draftees who didn't want to be there. Now, rationally, stories will follow from there.
Stories of support elements arriving to see soldiers dead lying next to disassembled guns because the soldier was desperately trying to figure out what was wrong before they were shot.
When I got out to the battle forward area, there was a firefight with the VC. There were heavy concentrated fire from our side to the VC. There was 16s jamming a great deal. The men were putting up the best they could, but the 16 would keep jamming. They'd throw it down and try and grab another one. And another man would come by and pick this one up because his had also jammed.
What was causing the jamming of the M16s, do you know?
It seems that the excessive firing through the 16 will cause it to jam after a certain period of time.
There was one story of, in the Marines, I believe, a soldier died because he wasn't even fighting. He just had a long ramrod, basically a stick. He was running up and down the firing line, unjamming everyone's rifles for them because he was the only one who had one.
This story is from the I believe the Time magazine article that lady wrote. Again, no pictures of the guy's unjamming rod anywhere to be found. Again, it's one of those things where the absence of hard evidence tells a larger story than the story that's told in absence of that evidence, if that makes any sense. This is one of those things that, because Colt and the Army, Black Rifle Details, Colt and the Army went and investigated this stuff as much as they could. And they did find some units that hadn't been cleaning their rifles, even though they had cleaning kits because they didn't know how, where rifles were corroded to the point that almost certainly you fire a round through it, it's going to fail to extract. It's going to have all sorts of problems. They also found units that kept their guns in good working condition, and the guns didn't have problem, Olin ball powder or whatever. So this is sort of the hiccup there.
Oh yeah, that's something else I forgot to mention. None of the M16s were issued with cleaning kits. Straight up,
It's not none. Cleaning kits were not consistently issued, but cleaning kits were available. Important distinction.
advertised the M16 as a self-cleaning rifle.
They did advertise it as a self-cleaning rifle. Colt did. This was a term that was used for gas-operated firearms of the time across the board. Self-cleaning didn't mean you literally never have to clean it. Everybody sort of understood that. Again, Department of Defense wasn't wanting to use this gun for a very long time, so they didn't bother with designing cleaning kits for the gun because they figured they'd be done with them in 2 years, be ready to get rid of them. But that's not actually how that then ended up going for them, which is a big part of the story. So the cleaning kits weren't universally issued, but more importantly, instructions for cleaning the gun were not universally available. Because again, the rifle was meant to be a stopgap. It just so happens that stopgap ended up being a fill gap, and then it was the only thing available to do it.
In other words, by shooting the gun, it's going to clean out everything anyway, so there's no reason for you to keep up with it. Now, this is an absurd statement. However, there is some evidence that this might have come from Colt rather than the Army Ordnance. Because of the whole sealed system I mentioned earlier, there are some early taglines from Colt saying that any gunk around the chamber cleans itself when you fire the gun. So maybe that's where it comes from. But either way, the concept of not issuing cleaning equipment is insane, especially in the jungle. Sure, the system may be self-cleaning, but if you drop it in a river, water will get in. This actually didn't become that known to the public until, for one, Colt sent investigators into Vietnam to see what was wrong with all the guns. And two, soldiers began writing letters home to their family, asking their family to send them cleaning equipment from like their old hunting equipment they had growing up and things like gun lube, which
So this is another one that I've heard an explanation from a guy who was sort of an expert on researching the M16 in Vietnam, more so than I am, certainly. And his explanation of this was, nothing travels faster than bad news, right? And so once you start having the stories about people's guns not working, you have a slew of people writing home saying, you give me all the best cleaning kit and equipment, give me the stuff for my hunting gun, give me all that sorts of stuff, because I don't want my gun to turn into that same thing, because I want to be able to clean it. So, this is a little bit of a, like a, almost a Streisand effect sort of a thing. Not quite a Streisand effect, but a similar mechanism going on where, like, the bad news happens, the bad news spreads, and people want to prevent the bad news from themselves becoming the bad news about, guns jamming. Most of, and in fact, the I-Cord hearings, really the only evidence they have of, like, the gun's an absolute dog comes from one letter that a guy wrote home. And I believe that letter was from that firefight that the lady from Time Magazine reported on.
of course made the families back home upset, because why do they have to supply, gun equipment that the military won't? And not to mention the number of people who it was already too late for by the time they found out what the jam was. Because if you're in the middle of a gunfight and your gun stops working, writing a letter home is not going to do a lot. Some of the investigators from Colt who went over to Vietnam to see what the problem was said that they would pick up barrels for inspection and they couldn't see through them.
Yes, that's true. I think I got a picture of one of those in the Black Rifle. Yeah, so there we go, a picture on the left of an exceptionally grimy chamber that was returned from Vietnam for study. And that level of corrosion is certainly indicative of not a lot of care being taken care of the gun. And then, so here on the right is sort of what, both of these guns are dirty, obviously, but this one is corroded dirty, and this one is not corroded dirty. This is what they should be looking like rather than this. When moisture gets in there with all that dirt, they can certainly start pitting. Like if you look in close, right around here, there's like actual rust pits, which you do not want.
They were so fouled up with gunk because what would happen is the slower burning powder would stick to the inside of like the barrel and the gas tube, and then that would cause other debris to form, and then all of that would cause pitting, effectively erosion inside of the chamber.
That's not substantiated by reports that looked at this very thing. As far as I can tell, as far as I've read and learned so far, WC-846 was not more... I mean, it didn't burn as clean, but the buildup and residue it then left in the guns wasn't causing the guns to like rust faster, because IMR is not like a clean powder and also leaves residue. There'll be more dirt and grime in the action of the gun, but the action of the gun in the AR-15 doesn't rust. The chamber is always going to be sooty, right? It's going to get dirty even with clean, quote-unquote, clean powders. It's going to happen regardless. IMR was meant to be a clean powder. It still rusted, it still sooted guns up and still led to them having corrosion problems.
Basically not a good situation to throw an explosion into to see if the gun cycles. This became such an issue back home that in 1967, the House of Representatives appointed a committee to investigate everything I've talked about. The selected chairman of this committee was Representative Richard Eichert of Missouri. The full name of the 50-page document this subcommittee would produce is the Report of the Special Subcommittee on the M16 Rifle Program of the Committee on Armed Services House of Representatives, also known as the Eichert Report. In 1967, this investigation committee sends Earl Morgan to basically compile all the data I've mentioned up until now, everything that was going on with the rifles, all the bias that showed up in trials. And they had a huge hearing where they had people from Army Ordnance come, they had Eugene Stoner come, pretty much anyone who was involved with the project gave a testimony. Throughout the hearing, they questioned a lot of people from Army Ordnance who just gave circular answers to everything. When asked why they put a forward assist, they just said, because we were told to put a forward assist, and then they'd be asked, oh, who told you to? And they'd be like, we. Regarding the powder change, the quote from the committee said, the failure on the part of officials with authority in the Army to cause action to be taken to correct the deficiencies of the 5.56 ammunition borders on criminal negligence.
I imagine Wendigoon's read most of the I-Court hearings. For anybody who's interested in understanding the AR-15 history, it is an important thing to read. But like we said earlier, it's not the text, the allegations of Congress people are not evidence of a fact. They are something, but it's not that. The allegations that were made by the Congress people were largely performative, right? That's what these committees are for. The sort of conclusion that the I-Court hearings came to is that it was the Army changing the powders, and that was the whole problem. Stoner probably lied under oath when he said that, oh, chrome chambers, no, that wouldn't help. We don't need those. Doesn't need that. No, I thought about it because I designed guns. I doesn't need that. That's not true. The gun kind of did need that, or cleaning kits. Really, both is the right direction to go in. In fact, our Russian counterparts, Soviet counterparts, that's what they were doing. They had cleaning kits and chrome chambers and bores. It's honestly the right way to do it for a military rifle. It just makes sense. It's worth the added cost of having to chrome line things. The deficiencies of 5.56 ammunition. It does have the increased port pressures, right? But by the time the I-Court hearings were happening, these sort of corrections were already in the works, if not already having been implemented. The improved buffer happened in 1966, right? Like it wasn't but a couple years after the issues had cropped up that they're like, okay, well, the buffer fixed this. So yeah, the question of negligence about correcting the deficiencies of 5.56 ammunition, really the fix for the increased port pressure of WC-846 was the heavier buffer. I'll let you in on a little secret. WC-846 did not stop getting used. We used it all through Vietnam. We used it after Vietnam. Whenever WC-846 was phased out, it was phased out with a powder that had an identical burn rate, has identical port pressures. Really the only change between the 5.56 that we've got today, right? Anytime you buy Lake City, Winchester 5.56, you put in your AR, it's loaded with Olin ball powder. The only difference between that powder and the WC-846 that was quote-unquote bad, deficient in Vietnam, is the modern ammunition has a lower upper bound spec for the calcium content. The calcium is thrown in powder for two reasons. One, it neutralizes acids, so it makes the powder, if there's any corrosive elements left in the powder, it sort of neutralizes them, as well as it acts as a flash suppressant. It makes it so there's a little bit less muzzle flash, which with slow burning ball powders is pretty important, because if you don't have any, it's much more muzzle flashy. So modern 5.56, Wendigoon says he's shot 100,000 rounds of it. That's great. You've unquestionably shot Olin ball WC, something that has an identical burn rate to WC-846. Effectively the same exact powder. There's really nothing different about the way it performs. It's the same for all intents and purposes. There were some stories, I think reports came out in the 70s. The reason that they changed the calcium content is that there were some evidence of calcium deposits in gas tubes, leading to debris that would get blown into the action on ARs. But this is something way downstream of the reliability issues that were at issue here. This is like after lots and lots and lots and lots of rounds, because we don't clean out gas tubes, because that's bizarre and why would you do that? You could have these deposits build up in some cases. And it's because the calcium spec for WC-846 allowed you to put either a tiny bit of calcium or like a lot of calcium in there. And the new modern spec for it is you can put a tiny bit up to a little bit more than a tiny bit, but no more than that. So they just set a cap on the max amount of calcium that's included in the powder. Still the same powder, still the same burn rate, effectively identical, still used in 5.56. We're not walking around telling you about like how gee golly, it sure is unreliable. Works fine, right? And the cyclic rate will be higher compared to if you use a faster burning powder. There are powders that are burn rate equivalent to IMR that 223 is loaded with these days. However, the guns will run both of them as they would have done then, and that heavier buffer was really the key to that. That heavier buffer comes in 1966. The I-Court hearings are in 1967. the failure to correct the deficiencies is a strange way to put something that had already been corrected. By the time ball powder is approved for use, by the time they realize ball powder is a potential substitute, we're looking at a grand total. This is 1963, 1964. Ball powder is approved, right? By the time the new buffer is adopted in 1966, you've got like 2 years, right? Very, very little time span there. The adoption of the ball powder, it's just massively misunderstood. The new buffer fixed it. The I-cord hearings happened, and then chrome chambers were added. But by the time the new buffer was adopted, the failure rate dropped down dramatically. Very, very quick reduction in a failure rate as a result of the new buffer being adopted. And I guess all of this should be prefaced with, at the time that the AR-15 was recommended for adoption, right, prior to 1962, Colt's tests, Armalite's tests, the mean failure rate was higher than it was at the worst of the M16's a jam-o-matic and is getting boys killed in Vietnam. The failure rate was only better then than whenever the rifle was recommended for adoption. All of this to say, a lot of the dogma that surrounds the I-cord hearings and the M16's reliability isn't rooted in fact.
Which, while I appreciate their language, I would say it more than borders. I think it outright steps into. Also, in this report, they specifically call out O&M, saying the relationship between them and the government needs a second look.
Sure, it could have used a second look, but remember, the government tried to keep Olin out of being the replacement powder anyway, and also the IMR powder was still sole source. Same sort of thing going on there. Again, this is, and potentially this is something that could be dug into more. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if the congressman who's asking those questions had an ammo or powder manufacturer that lived within their district, because that's how these congressional reports go, right? It's political bullying. That's what they're there for.
The committee also calls out the gross use of military and business relationships, and effectively...
Yes, that's 100% valid criticism. There was a ton of that happened. Some of it was for the benefit of the United States. Some of it was to the detriment of the United States. I think sum total, it was a mass benefit. However, those sort of relationships being relatively undisclosed is frequently seedy.
Says this is a problem that never should have happened in the first place. The committee attempted to find some individual or person who could be blamed for wrongdoing, but as I've mentioned through this video, it's such a tangled web of, generals and people at companies.
I'm going to push back strongly on this. If there's a concerted effort to cover it up, you will find a concerted effort to cover it up. If that exists, somebody's scalp will be taken. They kind of threw Colonel Yout, who was in charge of the TCC, kind of threw him under the bus for like, wow, you should have caught these things. But honestly, anybody in his position should probably have been expected to do about what he did. They needed to get rifles adopted and into soldiers' hands. It was important. And it had to be done now. It couldn't wait 6 months.
And just an intricate series of shadow deals to make this happen, they couldn't really pin anyone down. The only person directly mentioned in the report is Nelson Lynn Jr. He was a general who approved the initial batch of XM16s to be bought from Colt, and then shortly after his retirement, he got a high-ranking position at Colt. This is what I meant earlier about...
That sort of thing happens all the time. It's definitely scummy when it happens, but that's sort of the nature of the beast, right? It's something that definitely gives a vision of impropriety, but it happens even today. It happens today with small arms manufacturers. It's never stopped happening. It's just the way it is.
I think Colt knew what was going on, because if the Ordnance Department had really betrayed them and caused so many people to get killed with their own rifles based on a lie, why would they hire that guy to a position as soon as the job position's open? But even then, while that almost definitely tells us there was some kind of handshake that happened behind the scenes, they can't outright accuse him of just getting a job somewhere. And other than that, there were no outward public examples of people getting favors for favors. At the end of the day, hundreds, if not thousands of Americans died, and there's no one to point a finger at. In the meantime, designers set about making the best of what they had and redesigning the AR-15, now the XM16, to survive in the field. The first thing they did was add the chrome chamber and chrome line barrel.
It's not the first thing they did. The chrome chamber and bore was after the I-Court hearings. Next he's going to say the buffer. The buffer was before the I-Court hearings, and frankly, the buffer was the more important of those two changes.
As mentioned, which did help a lot with the damage and fouling within the barrel. Another thing that they changed was the buffer system. They changed the weight in it. The buffer's the part in the spring. Oh, I have the gun here. I can just show you. The buffer is the part back here in the stock that pushes the bolt back forward. They made it a different system so that it would more firmly clasp the bolt into place. One problem that was happening on full auto fire was something called bolt bounce, where basically there's not enough pressure keeping the bolt forward. So as the bolt flies forward, it quickly bounces back and forward for a second, which is fine when you're firing one at a time because, you have time between shots for it to settle. But if you're on full automatic, that is almost definitely going to cause a misfire, or it's going to cause the hammer to drop and nothing to happen, meaning you have to re-rack, all kinds of problems. So the buffer change and chrome lining the interior basically meant that the M16, or XM16 at the time, was able to work off of the bad powder and other circumstances. There were also some other changes made when the A1 was adopted, like, for example...
The A1 adopted is kind of a misspeak, I think. The XM16E1 was always the designated, right? The XM16E1 is what the Army calls a Colt AR-15 Model 603. The 603 is Colt's name for the gun. The gun is getting improvements as these things happen, right? From the factory, it will now have the improved buffer. It's got chrome lining. The Army ends up officially adopting the Model 603 as the M16A1. It's not... You shouldn't come away from the perception that the XM16E1 was something fixed in stone, and then it became the M16A1. The XM16E1, as these changes and improvements were being made, got these improvements and changes. Remember, the time span for this stuff is extremely narrow in terms of gun development, and these changes were rolling through as they became available. Even on the civilian side, right, the SP1s got these changes as they rolled through. The civilian guns were having parts pulled straight from the military production lines.
Example, on the original models, it was completely naked down here where, like, the mag release and the dust cover are, meaning that you were likely to hit it on something and potentially drop your magazine. So beginning on the A1, they added these...
Okay, so I did have to go and check some different archives, but the last 10 months of XM16E1 production did have the full fence. That was something that was, not endemic to the A1, although most XM16E1s then did not have the full fence. An important thing to remember when it comes to Colts in the early AR-15s here is most of the time they didn't bump the version number of the guns, and I guess this is then echoed in the the Army's designation of the guns. Colt didn't bump the version numbers of the guns until after they kind of had all the features rolled into the previous number. So like the late 601s have most of the features of the 602s. The late 602s have pretty much all the features of the 604s. In fact, there's like almost no difference between them besides the marking. And so you see the same sort of pattern show up over and over again.
Little lines around it to keep that from happening, known as fencing. In February of 1967, the XM16 with these improvements was reissued back out to the military as the M16A1. And as a testament to the rifle's design, it was able to put up with the poor conditions with a few adjustments. Adjustments that should have been figured out before it was ever sent over.
I think this is one of those shoulda, woulda, coulda things. They needed a rifle to act as a stopgap because they didn't have enough M14s and we were going to go do a big old war in Vietnam. They didn't have another option lined up, not a real one, right? Not one that was as expedient as the AR-15. The AR-15 was a amateur rifle, and the Army blew the whistle on this as they were trying to drag their feet to adopt it, right? It's bewildering to me, knowing what I know, that to see anybody earnestly insist that was sabotage, that the Army was out to get anybody. The Army wanted to drag their feet on the AR-15 because they thought it was an immature weapon. They were right. It was an immature weapon. It needed more work. It should have been given a chance, and perhaps if it had been given a chance earlier, it wouldn't have had so many of these problems later. But these facts remain. The Army wasn't trying to sabotage the rifle. It's just not true.
But it cost a lot of blood because the government wanted to go about it the way that they did. In 1968, McNamara would shut down the Army Ordnance Department as well as the Springfield Armory.
Rest in piss, Bozo won't be missed.
Now the actual location of the Springfield Armory is a historic site, and the Army Ordnance Department has been reformed into the Army Ordnance Corps, which, like I mentioned, is more bomb disposal and unrelated. And the people who did all the decision-making and bad decision-making for the government just kind of like faded out into other branches and bureaucracies. In 1974, a firearms manufacturer named Dennis Reese would buy the rights to the name Springfield Armory and make a new unrelated gun brand off of the name of the Springfield Armory, which is the Springfield company you know now that has zero relation to the original Springfield Armory, again, besides the name. I know everything I've mentioned has been very critical of Springfield Armory in this video, like the old one, but you got to remember publicly, these were the guys who designed all the rifles for the American soldier throughout all of our finest moments in history. So the name has a lot of positive association behind it. I'm just a crazy conspiracy theorist. The first rifle this new Springfield Armory would go about making is a redesign of Springfield's M14, titling it the M1A. Kind of poetic, starting where the last one left off. Eventually, NATO would adopt the .223 round, renaming it to the metric version of 5.56 by 45 NATO.
So this is a little bit of a confusing one for some people. 223 Remington was the commercial name of the round. It was the name of the round that was, the Armalite designed 223 Remington, right? In collaboration with Remington, who was the first manufacturer of the ammunition. The military, I believe the Air Force is the first to adopt it, and they adopt it and call it 5.64 millimeter, which is like a more accurate measure of it in metric. By the time it gets adopted by Department of Defense, it's adopted as a 5.56 millimeter ball, which is the way they refer to traditional ammunition, right? regular lead ammunition. They call it 5.56 millimeter ball. M193 is the designation it gets. This designation is literally 223 Remington, same exact thing. All 223 Remington was the same thing as M193 at this point in time. There was just the one loading of IMR that was at this time was loaded to unsafe pressures in order to get the spec velocity. So that's all that there really was. Later in history, like way after Vietnam, the United States pushes NATO to adopt their 223, and it's adopted as 5.56 by 45. However, and this is a whole other story for another time, the Belgians designed a particular loading of 223 that used a steel-tipped 62 grain penetrator that was a little bit heavier than the 55 grain stuff it had originally been designed around. There was some consideration for shorter barrels and for machine guns going on there, and that's the round in particular that NATO ended up adopting. So the 5.556 NATO is different than 5.56. It's 5.56 NATO is different than 5.56 M193, but M193 was the designation given to 223 Remington. So that's something worth keeping in mind.
In 1970, the government's powder issue was worked out. They got better powder.
This is not true. This is complete. I have no idea where he got this. It's not real. They continued using WC-846. They never stopped using WC-846. They used millions of rounds of the stuff as the failure rates in the guns had dropped to zero because of the the chrome lining and the improved buffer design, because the powder was not the problem. It was the gun's design, and the gun's design wasn't the Army's fault. Gun's design wasn't necessarily anyone's fault, but it wasn't the Army's fault, and the Army didn't want to adopt the gun because they thought the design needed work. It's just hard to walk away from this saying the Army sabotaged the gun. Did the U.S. government writ large make a bunch of fuck-ups? Yes. Department of Defense, I think, is probably the most culpable because they were interested in this stopgap idea. Like, oh, we'll just adopt the gun. Doesn't matter if it sucks. We're only using it for 2 years. Oh, also, we're involved in a hot war in Vietnam now. We need a lot more guns. And it's going to be these, the ones that we didn't care enough about to properly evaluate. And it was in unfortunate circumstances that like really isn't anyone's fault. And in that case, it's hard to say it's negligence. It's impossible to say it's malevolence. It's really hard to say it's sabotage.
And now the AR-15 design that used to look like this now looks like this.
And the ammo that you buy from Lake City, that's the cheap 5.56, is loaded with the exact same powder. Identical burn rate. It really hasn't changed. You can also buy 223 off the shelf that's got the same burn rate as the IMR powder. It'll be loaded to a lower velocity because it's typically not safe. And it's actually been this way ever since. Oops.
And comes in all barrel lengths or manners you could imagine. And to this day is the standard rifle of our armed forces. And due to the AR-15's adaptability, the military's original dream of having the same gun be everything from a personal defense weapon to a squad support weapon had finally been realized. It's just a shame that it took so many bodies for them to figure that out. However, there are still a lot of older people you'll meet who will talk about how unreliable the M16 is, or how prone it is to jamming, or how many people it got killed.
A fun game you can play whenever somebody starts pulling you on this is you ask them how many rounds they actually shot through it. Because there was, I guess, in my talkings about AR-15s on the internet, I've run into a lot of people who are like, well, I was a Vietnam vet. The M16 was a dog. And I ask them, like, did you put a lot of rounds through them? Like, how much did you shoot the gun to establish that? And they're like, I didn't have one. I had an M14. And I'm like, oh. So a lot of the people, I'm not saying it's universal. Certainly people may have had them and thought that the gun was a dog. But there's a lot of people who didn't have M16s who decided that they were bad guns, and this was based on the fact that they heard a guy say a guy that got killed by it because it totally happened. So again, there's a lot of bogus FUD lore because it's a fun story to believe, but there's not a lot of evidence to back that up.
Of course, who could blame them for the experience they had? Imagine being in a gunfight and seeing the same rifle jam over and over again. But what a lot of people don't realize is several of the names we scratch into monuments are only there because of other names we put badges next to. Most would agree that we should never have been in Vietnam in the first place, and most would also agree that if we're going to go there, the least we could do is try not to die. But in a time when it seems like the American soldier was despised by both the people he was fighting and the people he was in the land of and the people back home, he probably didn't think he was being despised by the people making his rifle either. But I've got news. In the beginning, I asked the question, why? Because sure, there's money involved, but why is something like this even allowed to come about in the first place? How can there be this many fail-safes fail that allow a bad decision to kill this many people? And the terrifying reality of all of it, of why Colt would allow this to happen, why government officials would allow this to happen, why the idea would even be dreamt up in the first place, is that it's just good business. And sure, while any one individual would never make a decision as simple as make more money in trade for human lives, that kind of decision can get made when it's so disassociated from the person making it. See, one of the reasons the committee wasn't able to find any single instance of wrongdoing.
It's because there wasn't really any evidence, hard evidence, real evidence of wrongdoing, because didn't really happen. An unfortunate set of circumstances happened and decisions were made, and frankly those decisions weren't bad decisions, and that's how things settled.
Or wasn't able to prosecute anyone based on what happened is because you just can't. This took hundreds and hundreds of people checking boxes and signing their names on paper. It doesn't start with someone at the ordnance department saying we can make money, it will just take a few bodies. It starts with someone saying, well, everything's been good with Springfield so far, so we'll keep it how it is. And then the next guy down the line agrees, and then another, and then another. That by the time someone starts to recognize what's wrong, they have to work their way up a ridiculously complicated chain of command to get anything figured out. And the reason this chain of command never gets changed is because it's working. The war machine keeps chugging along and people keep cashing their checks. And it takes extreme instances like what happened here for any tables to get turned around. But again, the M16 is one small corner of the totality of government affairs. How many other times do you think this sort of thing happened during the war with explosives or vehicles? How many times do you think there was some kind of bureaucracy that kept food going where it needs to, or clothes or hygiene equipment? The M16 issue stood out because there were bodies laying next to rifles. That's easy to connect. But how many other bodies are there that we can't find the strings on? But as long as we keep winning, As long as there's more alive than dead, no one's going to see the issues enough to make change happen. So until then, like I said, it's just good business. And that's perhaps the most depressing part of all of this. There isn't one guy we can pin it on. There isn't one problem. It's a problem of the whole machine. And honestly, I don't know what to do about it.
I don't agree with that thesis, and almost would go as far to say that's an entirely different thesis than was originally proposed. That, you know, sabotage, you've kind of got to show like the army took deliberate steps on purpose to make it worse, and that when presented with these options, they took them. Meanwhile, the opposite case is evidenced. But certainly, right, there's a calculus that involves, we know people will die because it's a war. We're going to cast the die on the chance that sending them to war with AR-15s that might jam is a lot less dangerous than sending them to war with not enough guns, not enough ammo, M14s, M2 carbines, M1 Garens. And that was just sort of the shape of things. From this point, he just sort of closes out the video. But I guess just to wrap up my thoughts, his original thesis isn't right. It's just wrong. If the I-Court hearings is your only evidence, then yeah, it sure does look like that's the way it is. Whenever you go and look at the actual evidence that's compiled in the Black Rifle, it's a very different picture that's painted when you're looking at harder evidence than the allegations of politicians. I hope this video has been entertaining for you guys. If any of you have sat through this entire thing, you probably have brain damage like me. It's been a very long video. I'll try and remember to include a link to the Black Rifle in the comments for this video, or description for this video, so you guys can go and look through that. I've just chugged through this entire thing in one sitting, so I am exhausted, but there you go. There's a much longer and more in-depth breakdown of Wendigoon's video than probably anybody cared to listen to. But all that to say, right, what's the point? What do I get out of this? I've spent a lot of time researching this stuff, right? And the point that I want to hammer home is that saying things authoritatively like they're fact about the M16, about the AR-15 and its history, is a dangerous game. Because there's a good chance that any time that you're dead certain about something, you're actually wrong. That to be uncertain is to really understand this gun and its history pretty well. That's pretty much it. I hope everybody has a good and nice time and enjoys the pictures of the cool guns. And that's all I've got to say. Until next time.